Good morning from a gloriously sunny Grace Road down here in Aylestone. Well, it should be an exciting, and it almost certainly will be final day down here, because Gloucestershire have resumed on 179 for 8. They lead by 134. They led by 134 with just those 2 wickets remaining. They've added 4 runs to that score. We're already a couple of overs into play, and every run, well, it's going to have to be scored by Leicestershire as they pick up 4 byes there added to the Gloucestershire cause, and the wicket is still offering the bowlers some assistance. So although the game is likely to finish probably not long after lunch, by no means clear who will be the winner. The Foxes need these 2 wickets quickly. Gloucestershire 187 for 8.
Here comes Kimber bowling to Actor, who leans forward and plays the ball quietly out towards cover. So useful runs here for Gloucestershire, 6 already in this over one way or another. Kimber bowls on the back foot and running the ball away delicately down towards third man is Actor, and that has got plenty of life behind it, and it goes for 4, and that is Zaman Akhtar's first class career best score, 28. He's got now 191 for 8, and that was a pretty classy shot, even if he was presented with a little bit of width there and length as well. But it's one thing to cut it away, but another thing to play a little late run like that and use the pace. Kimber in for defence from Actor. No slip in now, so Leicestershire have clearly decided they've looked at events in the game between Worcestershire and Glamorgan overnight, as Kimber is in on the back foot. Actor plays towards point and won't get a run. That completes Kimber's over, but an over which Gloucestershire have added 10 from. 4 byes, a 4 and a 2, and the lead is up to 146. The first milestone of the day appeared to be get it up to 150, but because of the fact that Worcestershire collapsed yesterday, they're now 127 for 8, leading by 241. They were 81 for 1. 81 for 1 to 127 for 8. It opens up the possibility of a Glamorgan victory again, and Leicestershire could gain plenty of ground on second place. So losing 3 points would not be ideal.
No. Ackerman, nonetheless, continues from the Bennett end, goes in and bowls. Goodman is forward, poking the ball out towards Budinger, who's at that short, straight mid-wicket position. They've got to get these wickets. These runs are going to have to be scored. Oh, bounce and past the outside edge there from Ackerman as Goodman went forward, and Cox took the bails off, having conceded his first byes in a Leicestershire shirt in that Kimber over. I was kind of doing the updates. I didn't see how much it turned, that Kimber delivery. Yeah, back goes Goodman and looks to force into the onside. Doesn't really time that slightly short of a length delivery, but there's certainly turn there for both these 2 occasional off spinners. In goes Ackerman, gives it some air, but Goodman is forward. That one doesn't really turn. Getting to the pitch just about. He is, as we've said, a tall young man, about 6'5", something like that. Ackerman is in, quicker delivery, but again dragged down a little bit. Goodman went back and just played it firmly back down the pitch off the back foot. Little bob of the knees from Goodman as Ackerman is in. Back he goes, looks to force it through the offside, doesn't again really time it. Bounces down into the ground and comfortably to Tom Scriven at extra cover to make the stop. So 3 overs gotten through reasonably quickly, but without managing to really threaten on the part of the Foxes. 1 or 2 have turned. There's been a bit of drift as well, a bit of bounce, but odd period of play this.
Yeah, in a game which is so tense and low scoring so far. In goes Kimber to start a new over, and Actor clips off his pads but finds one of the 2 fielders who are saving the single well in front of square on the leg side. A very short, straight mid-wicket, and then a more conventional mid-wicket. Kimber bowls. Actor again is playing off the back foot. Cox can come out and field, and that suits Leicestershire because the ball can be zipped back to Kimber in no time flat. And he's already moving in to bowl cover, and there is no run.
But there's 2 days to go, don't they? Trying to win the game.
Bizarre stuff. The county championship delivers as ever. Forward goes Goodman, head right over the ball, and sturdily blocks. So, you know, even different competitions with different rules, explaining exactly what's going on with the over rate and the points, how it all works, as the over's completed with another forward press from Goodman, which Kimber fields, so they've got through that over in no time at all. 1 run from it, so whilst Gloucestershire aren't adding runs on, it's not a massive issue. However, they have already got 13 runs, which they might not have got had Leicestershire been able to bowl seam from the start. Lead is 1-4-7.
Well, Chris Wright is warming up, so they've clearly been told, Leicester, look, if you bowl 5 or 6 overs in the first, I don't know, 10 minutes, and we're only 7 minutes into play, that'll be it. You know, you've got your over rate back to level. So this is presumably what's going on. In goes Ackerman and bowls, foolish, and pushed firmly by Akhtar, but he couldn't quite get it past Budinger, who dived across to his left at that straight mid-wicket to field.
Chasing his tail there, trying to find the ball.
Ackerman is in. Akhtar strokes it back to him, and it sort of, in a way, Gloucestershire are sort of playing ball here. And they're not trying to slow things down. It's no skin off their nose, I suppose. In goes Ackerman. Quicker delivery, squeezed back past him by Akhtar, and it rolls out to Hill, who's at long on. Leicestershire's skipper underarms it back to Ackerman. I wonder if we'll have a big straight hit at some stage. Ackerman is in. There we go. We do have a big straight hit from Goodman. That was coming, and we predicted it, and hit it straight back over Ackerman's head. Couple of bounces. It wasn't a maximum, and he picks up 4. That's going to delay things a little bit as Hill has to scramble over the LV Insurance advertising hoarding.
Might as well stay out there. Straight hit.
Yeah, you would think so, but again, it's adding to the partnership, which has gone up to 50 now. It's a half-century partnership for the 9th wicket. In goes Ackerman, bowls, back goes Goodman, all care and attention, defends on the back foot out to Budinger. And they're taking advantage, these two, playing very nicely, thank you. In goes Ackerman, bowls, Goodman is forward, back up the pitch it goes to Ackerman, and that is the end of the 5th over of the morning. We have had those 5 overs in 9 minutes. Actually, we started a minute early. So the umpire's also sort of not making life too tricky for Leicestershire. The helmet is coming off Cox. So presumably those 5 overs were what was needed, because we are now going back to seam. If it's -1, the scorers can usually sort of find a delay, can't they, of some kind. But, well, I assume that's what they've been told, because we're now back to normal.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, isn't it, when you get into this sort of situation, all of a sudden the over rate's updated all the time. So
they have updated it.
It's now at -1.
Okay.
But in some ways now maybe they're feeling, well, you can actually bowl seam now quickly enough to get that one back, as you say. So there we go. That particular passage of play lasted 10 minutes, and we're back to seam. Mulder into Akhtar, and he's going to get runs here, clipping the ball between square leg and long leg. Beautifully placed. He'll get 2 runs, and that takes him up onto 32, 199 for 8. Luke Charlesworth, in his interview last night, in addition, of course, to talking about the moment of his, well, I assume the moment of his cricketing career so far, getting his maiden first-class wicket, caught at slip by brother Ben, as Mulder bowls to Akhtar, who fishes and misses outside the off-stump, and that very nearly was the first wicket of the morning. A rare, has to be said, loose shot from Zaman Akhtar in this innings. He has batted beautifully. But Luke Charlesworth was pointing out the fact that you've got Leicestershire here bowling 3 days in a row, and Mulder's in his 18th over of work for the second innings. I think it was 18 overs in the first innings. Decent amount of work to get through. Mulder bowls, Actor guides towards deep backward point. They're setting off quickly for the first, but there's no way they'll turn that into two, even with the long strides of Dom Goodman. And that brings up Gloucestershire's 200 for the innings, 200 for 8. Actor onto 33.
And the lead 155 now. Is that right? Yes.
Indeed, yeah. So
That's
it maybe also just allows Actor and Goodman a few minutes just to get acquainted again with the crease. That time with the spinners, it just gets some of the early nerves done. Mulder bowls, Goodman turns to leg, but picks out short mid-wicket. So could still be a really important passage of play, and I think what it does, getting that lead over 150, which was, it felt, the first milestone, potentially just gives Gloucestershire the opportunity to have a go with all the seamers, and then enough time to say, we've still got enough runs to play with, go on Zaffer, you're a last, well, not a last hope, but you know what I mean, that is a beauty from Mulder. It takes off and moves away from the right-handed Goodman, who flinched as he left, but it's done well to get some bat on that in the end.
160 is a very, very different target to 125. Very different, and it could be more.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think yesterday, Luke Charlesworth is certainly no mug with the bat. He's been involved in an extraordinary last wicket partnership for the seconds this season. Mulder is inside edge. He's bowled him. That again, can't see the bails, but it has been dislodged, the off bail, and Goodman is out. The first wicket falls. They've added 21 runs this morning, but Goodman, he was trying to play late. I don't think he was looking to do much more than just defend, but it was a bit of a late decision to play that defensive shot. I think he's got an inside edge and chopped it onto his off stump. So he's gone for 15, made from 46 deliveries in a crucial partnership that has now been broken. It was worth 54, 200 for 9.
Let's have a look at the replay. Well batted. In the meantime, to Zaman Akhtar. Yeah, we've seen a few of those, haven't we, as you say? Just a little sort of inside edges on. Didn't do too much, the delivery. Just misplayed at last by Zaman Akhtar. But, well, he could really have changed the game with that partnership.
So another bowled. So quite a few bowled in general, whether directly or not, from Leicestershire. Gloucestershire, well, they had 3 themselves actually. So we have seen a lot of bowls in this game rather than. Well, actually, we had a few LBWs as well, but normally I tend to feel at this level you tend to see a lot more LBWs than bowls because batters tend to be getting in line.
Right, is in and goes past the outside edge of Akhtar's bat with a horrible little feel for that. I was chuntering on about Akhtar being out, and of course it was Goodman. Apologies, folks. Trying to do too many things at once. Concentrate, no excuses. Bit of a breeze around the Uptonsteel County ground today. You can see the leaves just stirring above the scoreboard. As right is in, pleasantly driven by Akhtar, really pleasantly driven. It was full and it was outside off stump, but that's the shot of a confident player with some skill.
He can play a drive, can Zaman Akhtar. That we've certainly got to know in his short Gloucestershire career so far, and if he keeps unfurling drives like that, he'll find himself in danger of having to move up the order.
When Luke Charlesworth has got someone playing this well at the other end, he's got a serious job to do. In goes right and bowls. Akhtar just on the back foot, drops it out with a angle bat through the very vacant gully. Leicestershire more than prepared now. perhaps dangerously so, to give Actor a single, and he takes it. He's happy to take it. He has trust in Luke Charlesworth.
Yeah, as he should. I think in a similar way to Dom Goodman, there's definitely the feeling that Luke Charlesworth has some real potential with the bat to unlock. I'll try and find the details of that last wicket partnership with Jared Warner. Gloucestershire seconds managed to beat Surrey's at Bristol this season.
Right is in. Oh, beauty that goes past the outside edge of Charlesworth's bat. And he walks away towards short leg, thinking, looked a bit easier in the first couple of overs against the likes of Ackerman and Kimber. I've got right steaming in, bouncing and getting bounce and movement away.
It's not what you want, really, is it?
When you're still searching for your first class run.
Yes, exactly. You're coming out first thing in an important situation.
Right is in. Bowls clipped in the air just short of mid-wicket by Luke Charlesworth, and Mulder was quickly to the ball, but it bounced maybe a foot in front of him.
So it's an extraordinary game which took place actually at the main ground in Bristol rather than one of the club grounds that you sometimes see the second 11 games played, and Charlesworth, Luke that is, 34 off 69. Jared Warner made 83, is Gloucestershire's last pair put on 101 for the last wicket to beat Surrey's seconds.
Right is in, this time turned through mid-wicket along the ground by Luke Charlesworth, and he now has his first class run to go with his 3 first-class wickets yesterday. Well played, young man.
Yeah, he said he was pleased to get the first one out the way, which I'm sure is exactly how you would feel. And then, of course, not only getting the 1 but getting the 3 must have felt terrific. And he, in particular, as well as Zaman Akhtar, had to bounce back after what was a fairly tough first evening. And as you get. And Akhtar was the same actually on his first class debut with the ball. Things are not the same when you start bowling in first class cricket. There are different butterflies, and whether you're over trying, whether you're nervy and you can't quite get your rhythm, it's understandable. But what was great was the way that he bounced back the next day. Mulder bowling to Luke Charlesworth, who plays a very correct looking defensive shot as the ball goes up towards mid-off. What you do know is that Luke will have been coached exceptionally well, because his dad is been in charge of the Oxfordshire pathway. Is a very well respected coach within the region. In goes Mulder and bowls, and Charlesworth turns that one down towards long leg and picks up another run. He moves on to 2. It's 207 for 9, 162 run lead.
I think Tom Scriven came through the Oxford pathway as well. Let's just check that.
It does produce
to Hampshire,
a lot of people, does Oxfordshire. I mean, it was, I can't remember, I got a message from Kevin Taylor, Matt and Jack's dad, saying that, I can't remember exactly how many people it was, but there was in the Sussex game, as Sussex had a couple of people who'd also come through the Oxfordshire system. As Mulder bowls, forward goes Akhtar and plays the ball out towards deep cover. Again, the ball he's just played a defensive push really, and the ball seems to have exploded off his bat out there. And had there not been a sweeper at point, if he'd even been at deep backward point, they might have managed 2 there. He's on to 39, is Akhtar. So yeah, it's been great for Gloucestershire, of course, and particularly in terms of producing all of those pairs of brothers that Gloucestershire have on their staff. Miles Hammond as well, even though he was born in Cheltenham. As Luke Charlesworth is back on strike and playing to mid-off.
Very solidly as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's making that nice little, I describe it as a kind of a punching noise off the bat, indicating that it's coming out of the middle. So he'll certainly be determined, Charlesworth, as you say, especially because of what he's seeing from the other end with Akhtar. Mulder bowls and a touch straight, and it's worked wide of mid-on by Charlesworth for another run. So he's only given Actor one ball to face this over, 209 for 9. Likewise, though, you'd hope that Actor, having seen what Charlesworth has done so far, doesn't think, well, I'm going to have the field mostly up here, let's try and bash a boundary because I'm not sure if I'm going to get back on strike again. There's absolutely no need for that sort of thinking, and I'm sure that Actor won't be thinking that. He'll only play an attacking shot if he really thinks the ball is there. Deep square is still out. Mulder bowls and beats Actor on the outside edge. For a moment, I just hesitated in case they were doing one of those kind of well, we've taken the wicket here, you know, there's no celebration. Exactly, the job's done now, but it wasn't. It was the end of the over, and it's 209 for 9 as Actor remains at the crease, 39 not out, having gone past his previous career best of 26 not out that came at Headingley, and it's fair to say that he looked as if he could easily have added on another 26 in that particular innings. So there's definitely something there with the bat, and we're seeing it here.
Wright is in from the Bennett end. Bowles looking for the Yorker. Well dug out by Luke Charlesworth out to mid-wicket where Mulder fields. And of course there's no run, just a single slip behind Charlesworth alongside Ben Cox. Colin Ackerman, that is. 30 runs added this morning in, well, what, 24 minutes or so. Gloucestershire very much in this game, extending the lead all the time. Wright is in and bowls. Charlesworth stays back. It didn't get up too much, and it came back a touch. He kept it out well, solidly enough, but it's a sort of one that could have easily sort of been inside edged onto the stumps. One of those sort of deliveries. Yeah,
actually not too dissimilar, I think, to the ball that Actor got right out with for his
first ball.
First baller in Leicestershire's first innings.
This could be a memorable day for Zaman Akhtar. In goes Wright and bowls clipped in the air. Ken just wide of the diving Mulder at mid-wicket. Chipped in the air this time by Luke Charlesworth, and something he might just have to work on. He clearly just doesn't quite get over the ball when he's looking to work it away through mid-wicket off his legs. A couple of times he's done that now, but he got away with it. Picks up 1, moves on to 4. And the Leicestershire fielders retreat on the leg side, saying to Zaman Akhtar, there's one there for you. Not sure, anyway. Wright is in, and bowls, bouncer, pulled, and pretty competently pulled, actually. Well, didn't really put his full weight, didn't really try and smash it out of the ground or anything like that. Made sure that it was going to bounce well short of mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket. Hill and Patel out there, so just a single into the 40s for the first time in his first-class career. He could end up today with his first-class half-century or more, plus a hat-trick.
Eat your heart out, Tom Price.
Goes right and bowls to Charlesworth, who is studiedly and determinedly forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch on the on side. The ball coming up to 71 overs old. Leicestershire will be hoping they don't have to resort to a new ball. If they do, they're going to be chasing over 200, because it's still 9 overs away.
And presumably then it would have to be, not that that's, I think, a massive difference, but it would have to be Scriven and Salisbury probably that took it.
They're both bowled pretty well so far in this game. Wright is in, bouncer. Charlesworth plays it well, just sort of genuflex on one knee, and leans his head to one side, to the right-hand side, and the ball flies high over his left shoulder. End of Wright's 16th over of the innings, 2 for 37 for the veteran seamer, who's gone past 40 wickets for the season in this game. 211 for 9. The lead then, oh, that probably is going to defeat me. 211 minus 45.
166.
Thank you.
I will say that I am just looking at a screen when I'm doing that. I'm not doing the maths in my head. Although I could have I could have just made people think that I was, but no. Here comes Mulder to Actor on 40, and Actor drives and finds, it's amazing how you can do that. He finds the one fielder who's saving the single on the offside. He was meaning to get that more in front of square and just opened the face on it a bit too much and found backward point. Everybody else back, and to be honest, even on the leg side, there's basically a single everywhere, mid-on and mid-wicket. Pretty deep. They'd be probably at least on the edge of the 30-yard circle, if not a couple of yards outside. Actor flashes and misses outside the off stump. That's not a great shot, that one, because it was right in between being on front and back foot. He was really having to drive that on the up, and because of the amount of singles that are available everywhere, he doesn't have to play shots like that in order to get runs. Easy to say.
It's the way he looks like getting out, isn't it? The only way, really, when he go.
I mean, it's easy to say, I guess, and also he is still a number 9 or so. This time he gets a ball which is much closer to him, pushes it towards wide mid-off. They'll think about 2 here, but Luke Charlesworth screams no, and with the throw coming right over the bails, that was a wise decision. 212 for 9, 167 run lead. Just for a moment, I thought there might be 2 on there, but because of the fact that they've got that mid-off sort of halfway, well, he's not quite halfway back, but a little bit deep there, but still within firing range for a throw. They couldn't take it on. 3 balls remain in this over. Mulder to Luke Charlesworth, who squared up, struck on the pad, and out! It's given! He got a bit of a slow death there, did Luke Charlesworth, and that is the end of the innings. Charlesworth, the last man to go for 4. Actor will finish 41 not out, and Leicestershire need 168 runs for a crucial victory.
My initial reaction was that looked a bit high. We'll have a look at the replay.
Well, you will. I'll look at a black screen.
It hit him
on
above
my
his.
laptop.
It hit him above his pad, but it was straight, and he was sort of slightly bending. So
I think that's out.
look, it's straight, no question. But as I say, top part of the stumps, but we're getting another chance now. Yeah.
I think
Cox
it's
leaping up into the air behind.
He's not got very much of a stride in at all, and that back leg is bent. It does, as you say, it does strike him above the pad, but I don't think it's a ball that's bounced a huge amount. I mean, yeah, it's. I can see why. Again, I can see why it was given. It would be interesting to see full tracking on it, but I can see why it was given. And Gloucestershire's excellent efforts this morning are at an end. They would have loved some sort of a miracle and get it up towards 200, but it's been really the middle order who've fallen away somewhat for Gloucestershire in both innings, and it should be said actually, because I'd not mentioned this, but Harry Tector, the reason that Harry Tector was looking so uncomfortable at the crease yesterday, which you noticed, was he's got potentially some really quite bad damage to a finger on his, I'm not sure whether it might be right hand, but either way he's apparently got one whatever you call it, metacarpal, is it, which is looking rather purple, the skin round it, so he may have a broken finger. So people were quite surprised apparently when he came out to bat when he did, thought he might have to bat a little bit later, so that's a shame from his point of view, and we'll certainly rule him out of next match if he was indeed even due to play in that game. But that aside, it's still been the case that the middle order needed to come up with a few more runs, and if they'd managed to do that, then they could have set Leicestershire a target that you really might have said, well, actually Leicestershire
Hello again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road, for the start of Leicestershire's second innings. 168 is the Foxes' target to complete victory. 10 wickets, of course, is Gloucestershire's. It is going to be a fascinating, well, what have we got? An hour and a half just about until lunch. And, well, you would assume that one way or another, we're going to go sort of fairly deep into the afternoon session. You never quite know, though, with Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger, Leicestershire's openers. They tend to go for their shots, and if they come off, it will happen quickly. But Leicestershire, as we have seen this season, are as capable of being, well, 100 for none off 15 as they are being 10 for 2 off a couple. So we shall see. Patel has been in wonderful form, though, and needs just a handful of runs for his 1,000 this season in first-class cricket. Budinger very much in need of a knock. Gloucestershire head out into the middle alongside Messrs Patel and Budinger, with the two umpires impatiently waiting for them. Peter Hartley is one of them, and Naeem Ashraf is the other. I said to BBC Radio Leicester, Ed, that probably 70–80% Leicestershire favourites. Is that about fair?
Yeah, I would think so. I think it changes, of course, in the sort of, you know, the win predictor style that we're used to. It changes dramatically with a couple of early ones, but you would say, on the face of it, we've had 3 innings so far, and the scores have got bigger in all 3. Gloucestershire 159, Leicestershire 204, Gloucestershire 212. So is that some sort of an indication, maybe, that the pitch is getting slightly easier? Perhaps you might say, and in which case you would have thought that chasing 168 would certainly make Leicestershire favourites, but you'd be hoping, if you're Gloucestershire, that you can get 2 or 3 early wickets and really put that pressure on the lower middle order of Leicestershire.
Certainly it's had a fair old baking over the last 2 days. Rishi Patel wants somebody to sit down. Gentleman on top of alongside us up here on the balcony is standing up he's on the mobile phone, and he's being asked to sit down, and he has done. Now he was just catching Rishi Patel's eye. Josh Shaw is going to open the bowling for Gloucestershire from the pavilion end. In he goes and bowls to Patel, who leaves the outswinger outside off stump. A very good morning to Robert Coe on Twitter, or X. First day back at work today, he says, boo-hoo. But he had a great day at Grace Road yesterday, and thanks everybody at Leicestershire County Cricket Club for making his dad Jeff's 80th birthday so special, including his photo on the scoreboard.
Oh yes, that was announced whilst we were having our lunch yesterday. Somebody's 90th the previous day. I wonder if we'll get somebody's century up today.
In goes Shaw, who rather dies from well outside off stump into the gloves of Bracey as he falls across in front of first slip, and is allowed to do so uninterrupted by Rishi Patel.
Hard to know after a ball like that where you should be standing, and they have just taken a couple of steps forward, because the last thing you want to do is have a nick fall short. But at the same time, if Shaw is just getting loose, and the ball was quite full and wide, so it might have hit a patch of some more loose dust or something, it's hard to know.
Shaw is in. That's a straighter delivery. Rishi Patel leans forward with an angle back, but a good diving stop at gully ensures he doesn't get off the mark.
Chris Dent back in the gully position with the tall figures of Ben Charlesworth and Ollie Price at second slip. Gloucestershire are going to have to catch everything that might come their way, as they did in the first innings, with the exception of that. Well, I say they caught everything that came their way in the slips. There was that drop which appears to have cost Harry Tector the integrity of his finger.
Shaw is in on off stump. Patel is forward. Not a big stride, just head right over the ball, under his eyes as he drops it out into the offside.
And actually, we don't want to be too harsh on Tector, because the ball was flying, but at the same time, Rishi Patel on 46 then, and went on to score, what, 27 more runs himself. 27 more runs in this situation would take Leicestershire close to needing 200.
Shaw in, bowls on the legs of Patel, well, medium, middle and leg, and turns it wristily, but only as far as mid-wicket, where Zafar Gohar is lurking. Really is warm. It's quite nice up here. We've got a little bit of a breeze up here today, but down below, when I've just been down to fill up the kettle, it was absolutely baking on that sort of sheltered forecourt. Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people taking the shade, making sure they're in the shade already. Shaw is in and bowls outside off stump. And again, it just sort of dies a little bit into the gloves of Bracey as Patel just lets it go through. End of the first over. It was a maiden, but not, from Patel's point of view, a particularly testing one, and Shaw will be looking to find a slightly better line than that.
It looks as if it will be Goodman then to take the new ball. So this combination was Gloucestershire's most consistently tight combination in the first innings. But I must say, I wondered whether Actor, in his comeback, had done enough actually to make sure that he did take the new ball as well. But it's going to be Goodman who's going to get the chance this innings, and he does swing the ball. So maybe they're thinking, whilst that new ball in particular is doing something, try and make the most of what swing might be available. It's Budinger facing, 2 slips in the gully for him too. Goodman bowls to him and Budinger punches that one through the covers. That'll be the first run, I think it will just be the single, yeah, of the Leicestershire innings. So underway, Rishi Patel straight back on strike, 167 runs needed to win, and a pleasant start for Sol Budinger. Just a controlled shot into the gap. I can tell you that Worcestershire have now been bowled out in that encounter at New Road, bowled out for 145. Goodman is into Patel, who comes forward and plays a rigid defence to mid-off. So Glamorgan required 260 runs to win that game, which would propel Glamorgan for now into second place, but Leicestershire would, with a win here, still I think only be 9 points behind them with a game in hand, as Patel looks to drive, pushes the ball off an open face to Zafar Gohar at backward point, and there's no run. However, it would have to be said that chasing 260 on a pitch which the side seem to be struggling to bat on, you might think that Worcestershire are favourites, but it's hard to know without seeing what it's doing. Goodman bowls, and playing this one late is Patel, but it's stopped by Dent in the gully, finding his hands if it hadn't. There are gaps for the ball to squeak through between second slip and gully, as well as gully and backward point. There's no fielder on the third man boundary for Gloucestershire. They've got a fine leg, but no third man. So Patel looking to try to squeeze the ball through, but couldn't. In comes Goodman, accelerates now and bowls. Patel clips towards square leg. Gasps from the Gloucestershire field as Goodman's hands clasped behind his head, but never really, to me, looked like getting through, and Patel is off the mark, 2 without loss. It is that sort of situation, though, where Gloucestershire are understandably going to be going up for absolutely everything and trying to create what doubts they can in the Leicestershire batters' minds. 1 ball this over for Budinger to face. In over the wicket is Goodman, and he'll get another, well, he'll get another run for Leicestershire. It won't be a run to his cause because it's just off the pad out towards square leg, but Leicestershire Out 3 without loss. Need, not lead, need 165 more. So at the moment, it has to be said, doesn't seem to be a massive amount of, for the first time in the match really, there's been a massive amount of swing out there. Maybe it's the old lacquer coming off the ball, and when that happens and they can really get to work on it, we might see a bit more. But having said that, it's certainly been a pattern in both Gloucestershire's innings where, if anything, the easiest time to bat almost seemed to be in the first kind of 10 overs, and then actually after that things got a bit trickier. Leicestershire obviously lost Budinger early, but they were 71 for 1 and 150 for 2 in their first innings.
Shaw is in, bowls to Budinger, who is forward in solid defence. Back up the field, up the pitch it goes to the Yorkshireman, and there is no run. A little bit of housekeeping, a parish notice, if you like, for Leicestershire supporters. Leicestershire Cricket Society has announced its season of speakers. That's always a sign of winter is coming.
Yes.
It doesn't feel like that at the moment out there, but it is. And October sees the first speaker. I'll tell you about that in a moment. As Shaw is in, Budinger is forward again, very solidly on off stump. Out to mid-off it goes this time. It's a cricket and a media-orientated list this winter. Daryl Mitchell starts proceedings 5th of October, 26th of October, Dean Headley, ex-Middlesex, Kent and England, and of course Stamford School cricket master. We can talk about the bringing through of people like Josh Hull. As Shaw bustles away from us and bowls a full toss that is driven but not timed by Budinger, out to wide-ish mid-off. He'll feel, and he rightly so, that he missed out there, and he did. Just didn't quite time it. It was a risky attempt to drive. It might just have swung a bit, just prevented his timing being perfect, and as a result Goodman able to make a comfortable stop at wide-ish mid-off, but he did pick up a single. Budinger moves on to 2-4 without a loss. The other speakers, Kevin Howells of BBC Radio 5 Live Sport. In goes Shaw and bowls to Patel, who's driving and he's caught behind. Patel has given it away rather there. It was a wide delivery, went for the drive, got the edge, comfortable catch for Bracey, and the early breakthrough, exactly what the Gloucestershire doctor ordered.
Well, after that previous ball, a pretty filthy full toss has to be said from Shaw. He's just got a little bit of a way movement, but it was one of those which started wide and got a little bit wider, and Patel unable to resist chasing the ball, and he really did chase the bat such a long way away from his body that the front foot hadn't moved much outside the line of off stump. But even if it had, it would have struggled to execute that particular shot off that ball. It was just a ball that up front you have to leave unless you're Ben Duckett, but to be honest, even Ben Duckett might have nicked off to the equivalent. It's just a ball which is you're only going to get in trouble by trying to drive it, really.
Yeah, it did move away a touch, but it was from so wide and going wider that, yeah, I'm afraid. Well, Rishi Patel's reaction told its own story. He sort of put his hands up into the air in disbelief, really, bat above his head at what he had done. So the game just changes a little bit in feeling, really. If those two had put on a decent opening partnership at a reasonable rate, it would all have been nice and straightforward, perhaps, as far as Leicestershire were concerned, but they don't really do straightforward and comfortable. And as a consequence, Lewis Hill, the captain, who not really in his best form at the moment, battled his way through to a sort of 20 or so in the first innings, but had to work hard to do so. Went for 21, caught by Chris Dent. Got a good one from Dom Goodman. Bounced a bit on him. Brooker. Brooker sounded like Brooker.
No idea,
Josh,
who that's aimed at. It might be the two
Brookie,
who've just made their way off. I don't know.
Well, it's definitely going to be Shaw who's bowling. Continues to bowl to Lewis Hill, nice and straight. Hill is behind it, solidly pushing out to Goodman at mid-on. There is no run.
Somebody they think looks like Charlie Brooker? I doubt it.
It's a long shot, isn't it?
Some reference to Harry,
cricket,
isn't it?
Yeah, you would think. Just seeing if there's any sort of a mention. But no, can't see anything. Joshua Shaw. And he's got a wicket, and he's got 1 for 1 as he turns to finish his second over. Runs in and bowls to Hill outside off stump. Hill very deliberately leaves and just holds the pose for a minute, but a successful over for Josh Shaw. 4 for 1 at Leicestershire's score. They need another 164, but now with just 9 second innings wickets in hand.
From rather, I say rather different parts of Yorkshire, but I'm sure every part of Yorkshire will be considered a different part to the other by its residents. But Josh Shaw very much a Wakefield lad, and Harry Brooke was born in Keighley, went to school at Sedbergh, and it was quite amusing actually. I was talking to Scott Reed, Radio Lancashire's commentator, about Sedbergh and the fact that Lancashire basically they've started playing more games there because they want to effectively lay a marker down. That is our territory. It's not yours, Yorkshire. It's ours. Here's Goodman bowling to Budger. It's a short arm pull, and he's got it away down towards long leg. A terrific diving stop is made by Luke Charlesworth down there, and he keeps it down to 1. It looked off the bat as though Budinger had picked the gap. 5 for 1. As it's limited to just the single. He's actually done himself out of a second run by hitting it so hard in the enders. Budinger, 3 off 6 deliveries. So far, nothing too wildly extravagant. Ball was a little bit short first up there from Goodman. Hill on strike. Goodman bowls to him, and Hill clips that one towards mid-wicket, a ball that maybe another one of those ones that doesn't quite bounce as much as Hill might have been expecting, or Hill has in his mind what happened to him in the first innings. There was the ball that got him out, but there was a ball which rose up even more than that and went right between second slip and gully. They've got the same field here, Gloucestershire, so it might happen again, although maybe Dent is potentially a step to his left. But even with the wingspan of Ollie Price that we saw in the first innings, there is going to be a gap there to find. Goodman goes in now to bowl to Hill. He's there, and Hill cuts, and he won't get a run for it. And it's a strange looking cut shot as well, and it was almost as if his body weight was moving to the leg side as he was playing it. Chopped it towards Zafar at backward point in the end. Not massively short from Goodman, and with the drags onto the stumps that we've seen, Goodman might have been feeling that mode of dismissal was in play. He comes in now and he bowls very full this time, and Hill is solidly forward and playing this one pretty firmly up towards the fielder, who's in close at mid-off. Certainly not going to be getting a single there, but equally, if you can time it, runs to be had. Straight down the ground. Actor, I think the fielder at mid-off, he's had such a big impact on this game. Goodman is in, and Hill holding the pose as his back leg is leaning towards the floor, and he plays this one with a vertical bat to Josh Shaw at mid-on, and there's no run there. Not great news if you're Sussex. I think possibly a fairly predictable outcome for any side that goes up to Chesley Street. Durham absolutely dominating that game. Goodman is in, and Hill clips neatly towards backward square. They'll get 1. Charlesworth gets to the ball quickly. They're going to come back for a second run. It's a good throw, and Bracey takes the bails off, but Hill is home. Nicely run. Always wanted to, and despite as good a throw as Luke Charlesworth could deliver, it was always there. So Hill is on 2. Surely he's on to 4, isn't he? Was he not off the mark before?
No, that was
his first runs.
yeah,
Apologies, I thought he'd already got off the mark. No, so he's off the mark. And it's 7 for 1. 4 overs have been bowled. 161 more runs needed by Leicestershire. Durham now 481 for 7 in reply to Sussex's 266. Tons for Lees, Clark and Delader.
Shaw bowls, looking to drive, thick inside edge from Sol Budinger as it just drifted back in towards him a little bit, and again, not convincing. It trickled out towards mid-wicket. Leicestershire probably wouldn't mind a Budinger cameo as long as it lasts long enough. You know, a quick 40 would ease a lot of Fox's nerves, I suspect. 3 off 7 for Budinger. Shaw is in, bowls outside off stump, goes for the slashing cut. He's gone, caught behind. Well, now we are not going to have a Budinger cameo, or perhaps we are, because that really, in a way, is a Budinger cameo. Just a very short stay at the crease, throwing the bat, and unfortunately, from his point of view, good news for Gloucestershire, of course, as an edge, and it's been taken by Bracey, and Leicestershire, needing 168 to win, are 7 for 2.
Well, it wasn't a magnificent ball from Shaw, but I'd be starting to think, well, I've just got to bowl as wide as I can, and good things will happen. But I think that the story will be a little different, with presumably Ackerman joining Hill at the crease. However, he's again managed to force Budinger into a slash outside the off stump. I must say, it can't have been more than bottom part of the bat, almost a toe end through to James Bracey, and it almost threatened to die on Bracey as he took it down low to his left, and maybe those couple of steps forward in Josh Shaw's first over with what I think was his second ball might have just ensured that didn't continue to die on Bracey and fall short of him. But that's a real bonus as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, it has to be said. I can't really imagine that Shaw would say he was bowling for that exact mode of dismissal, but there we go. You know that there's always the possibility for Budinger to get out that way, so that's how they've got him, and they've removed the possibility, as you rightly said, and it's exactly what they would have been worried about, the possibility of Budinger and Patel just taking this game away from Gloucestershire very quickly.
So Shaw is in and bowls to Ackerman full, and Ackerman a nice straightforward forward defensive. Back to Josh Shaw, who has 2 for 1 from 2.3 overs, but both those wickets, I think Leicestershire supporters might feel, rather given away. Both batsers, both openers chasing wide deliveries and edging through to wicketkeeper James Bracey, and Gloucestershire real hope now. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Shaw is in down the leg side. Ackerman flicks and misses, taken by Bracey, walking away to his left behind the stumps. Hello, well, it's a rather nervous Grace Road at the moment, because although they dismissed Gloucestershire quite quickly this morning, in the end for 212, leaving themselves just 168 to win, the Foxes have already lost 2 wickets in that chase. Both openers have gone chasing wide deliveries from Josh Shaw. They both got edges, and they were both caught behind by wicketkeeper James Bracey. Rishi Patel for 1, Sol Budinger for 3. 7 for 2 then, the Foxes. As I say, they need 168 to win. They still need another 161 runs, and things could get very nervous indeed down here in Aylestone. Outside off stump there from Shaw. Ackerman lets it go through. Some presenters kind of know what and sort of listen, and others could be talking gibberish. In goes Shaw and bowls. Ackerman drives pleasantly, straight drives, on drives, but Goodman runs across to his left, sprawls and stops, and Shaw another wicket maiden. 7 for 2 after 5.
He put the human barrier in the way there, did
He was going to stop it, whatever happened there,
whatever part of his body it took. He was getting down onto the floor and not letting it past, yeah. And then marches off towards the far end as we look at it to resume his efforts at joining Josh Shaw in the wickets column. Got a couple in the first innings. As you mentioned, that wicket of Lewis Hill. Here he comes bowling to Hill then, on 2. This is down the leg side. Hill tries to glance it, but does not make contact. The ball goes through to the keeper. I think, as far as lunch goes, I'll go for a bottle of the Champagne L'Or des Charmes Brut. Thank you very much. That'll do me. No, I think I shall go for the...
One day someone will have the nerve to say that.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yes, I'll just take a bottle of the champers. Chilled, if that's all right.
Yes, and the more expensive one as well. Goodman bowls to Hill, who plays that one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I'd look forward to your commentary thereafter, having consumed a
I think some people might decide that it was an improvement. I think I will go for the braising steak. And I would like the cheesecake, I think, as well. Please go for a nice healthy lunch. In comes Goodman. Again, it's down the leg side, and Hill, for the second time in the over, tries to get a touch on it. But the way that things have gone so far, with basically every play and miss ending up in a nick, at the same time, whilst you never bowl... Well, I say you never, you very rarely bowl for the nick off down the leg side. And if you're going to do that, you tend to put a leg slip in. It's always something that can happen. Goodman into Hill, who tucks that one to mid-wicket. It's fielded there by, I think that is Tommy Borman, who is on as the 12th man for Harry Tector. As I say, I think we hope that's not the case. Hopefully it's just a bad bruise, but that might have cost Ireland as well as Gloucestershire. Goodman in, forward goes Hill, plays straight back up the pitch. Goodman tosses the ball to keeper Bracey. So if that hasn't been the story of Gloucestershire's season, I don't know what has been. Basically every championship game it feels as if a new injury crops up, but maybe they'll be able to get Graham van Buren back for their last home game of the season in the next round against Derbyshire. Goodman to complete his 3rd over, in and bowls, and Hill drives, but really looking to do more than just stroke it into a gap for a couple, but can't find that gap. It's gone to cover. 6 overs bowled. Leicestershire with just 7 runs on the board, and they've lost both their openers, Patel and Budinger, both in the same fashion. Caught Bracey, bowled short, both wide deliveries, both chased and both edged through to the keeper. I suppose in some ways, I mentioned Ben Duckett, it does show you how impressive it is that he doesn't get out more than he does, so that he could play those 2 deliveries somehow and not get out to them.
Shaw is in to Ackerman, thick outside edge on off stump as he leans forward, head right over the ball and was over the bounce, and Dent moves smartly to his right to make the stop at gully. There's no run. Various comments on the stream. Richard Hall not sure Sol is an opener in red ball cricket. Lindsay Ford, 2 days to get a low target and play like they have 20 overs. Matthew Lee, go Gloss. We know who's number 1. In goes Shaw and bowls on the legs of Ackerman. Turns it nicely, but only as far as Goha at mid-wicket. Leicestershire not finding the gaps at the moment. Scoreboard going nowhere. Herbert, less than 1 run required per over, and they're slashing away like idiots. Short turns, runs in and bowls down the legs in the air. Oh, just wide of the leaping Zafagoa. Goodness me. He went for it sort of left-handed. It was sort of maybe 4 feet, 5 feet up off the ground. It was well timed by Ackerman, but goodness me, that was quite close to Zafagoa. He leapt away to his right, but he kind of reached across left-handed. He's left-handed, isn't he, basically? So yeah. He went with his strong hand and didn't get there, and it went to the mid-wicket boundary for 4, and Ackerman is off the mark in slightly fortuitous circumstances. Leicestershire on to 11 for 2, could easily have been 7 for 3. Short is in, bowls, Ackerman leaves, didn't really swing away, safe enough, didn't zip back though, or anything like it.
That would also, again, have fallen really into the category of bonus wickets if it had happened. It was, again, it wasn't a great ball from Shaw. It was on Ackerman's legs, and if anything, he maybe accidentally timed it too well and hit it in the air close to the fielder, because it certainly went to the boundary at a decent speed. But
yeah, well, no, hit it crisply enough, but yeah, absolutely. Shaw is in, Ackerman is forward. Orthodox forward defensive back down the pitch, and Shaw stops the ball, not cleanly in his follow-through.
Yeah, but I was wondering when do you throw the ball to Zaffa, but there's certainly no thoughts of that now. Not now that there've been a couple of wickets up front. It's taken effectively what could have been a tricky decision out of Bracey's hands for the moment.
Shaw is in, bowls, good line, good length. Ackerman again is forward, slightly inside part of the bat, plenty of bat though, as it goes along the ground all the way to Zaffa, who is polishing the ball interestedly at mid-wicket, it being the end of the over. Yes, you would have said if it was just sort of one down, we'd probably see him before lunch, wouldn't we, just to see if this...
Yeah, having seen a couple of balls from Ackerman, which
yeah, exactly,
you might not have seen that, and then then there would have been still the thoughts of, is there actually going to be any assistance for the spinners? But having seen just a little bit of bounce for a couple of balls, there's the feeling that should be a more specialist spinner in Zaffa might just extract something. But for now it's Goodman bowling now to Hill, who on the back foot with back leg raised up in the air plays the ball out to Hammond, who fields at cover, and there's no run. Always intrigued by particular personnel decisions that Gloucestershire make in the field. The fact that we've got Hammond now at cover and Zaffa at backward point, rather than the other way round, which we had in the first innings. Goodman in bowls, Hill leans forward, well forward to that one. Now the ball rolls up to Shaw at mid-on, as the defensive shot is made contact with. I don't know whether that says they maybe think that they might be more likely to get a catch at cover versus backward point. I don't know. I mean, certainly know from that innings that Hill played at Bristol, that century, an enormous proportion of his runs came through cover point to backward point. Goodman bowls very full, and it allows Hill to get onto the drive. He's hit it straight of mid-off. The ball's rolling out towards the boundary. Fielder in pursuit won't get there. It crosses the boundary rope, so that is Hill's first boundary. A nerve settler for him, just a fraction overdone there by Goodman, and it's 15 for 2, 153 more needed.
Just a note from the ECB, England have announced their under-19s side for a couple of tests coming up. Neither Leicestershire nor Gloucestershire have any involvement in terms of players.
Goodman leaps in, bowls, it's looped up in the air. It's been caught by Dent in the gully, but it did not come off bat, according to Peter Hartley. I think they were up for LBW first, and then it was, oh, hang on, it's looped in the air. Maybe we can get a decision for the catch as well. But to me, it looked as if it was probably too high for LBW. Gloucestershire going up, hoping that two halves might make a whole. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. But actually, the man standing at mid-wicket would have been certainly in consideration for that squad. Tommy Borman, he's been on the fringes of, has played for England under-19s and has been in the Lions squad this summer, as this has been driven by Hill straight to mid-on. There's no run, there's a needless shot at the stumps, which is well backed up by Hammond at cover.
I think Josh Holt would have been eligible, and I'm amazed really that he's not been. Hopefully, at least he's been discussed. But that's astonishing.
They do seem to do that though if they've played a significant amount of first-team cricket county-wise. Goodman bowls. This is whipped away past Borman mid-wicket. There'll be 2 here at least. Might even be 3, as it's going to be a long throw-in, and yeah, it's got to go into the slide. And so 3 more runs, and the crowd awakens, just realising that at last they've got a little bit of wind in their sails here, Leicestershire, in this innings, with a boundary in the previous over, and then 7 runs off that one, 18 for 2. They are after 8 overs, and it's exactly 150 that they need to win. And you wonder, even after 4 pretty decent overs from Goodman, but he's not, I don't think he's beaten the bat yet, whether it might be time already just to throw the ball to Zaman Akhtar from that far end.
I know what you're saying. I suppose he would say he beat the bat with that leg before shout, which turned into a shout for a catch.
Yes, of course, yeah, but, you're right. Yeah.
I think he probably deserves another 1 or 2.
Yeah, I
sure,
mean, it's just
does.
how you want to do it, isn't it? In terms of keeping spells short, rotating the run. I don't know. Yeah, definitely take your point.
Shaw is in, bowls. Hill is just dropping it out into the offside, and then taking a couple of steps down the wicket for a run that absolutely wasn't there. And Ackerman sent him back rightly. 18 for 2 remains the score. Hill 9, Ackerman 4. Shaw 4.1 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 5 at the moment, to go with pretty good bowling in the first dig as well.
Yeah, it was probably, in some ways, even though he only picked up 1 wicket, it was probably Gloucestershire's most consistent throughout the innings, and beat the bat quite a bit. Only got that 1.
In he goes, and bowls. Ooh, just deceived Hill a little bit there, who got in position as though to clip it away into the leg side. Might just have shaped back from sort of leg towards middle, and Hill sort of indicates as much with his right hand, and ended up having to block it a little bit squared up, as they say. Are Gloucestershire playing next week, or is your week off? Which is your week off? The third week of the September?
Yes, 3rd of this block of 4. Right. Yeah. So Derbyshire at Bristol next week, and the bye week, and then it finishes down at Hove.
Shaw is in, full driven by Hill, jam driven almost, and he's got plenty on it, and it's going to run down to the boundary for 4 at a very straight long off. But it wasn't a sort of flowing shot, but it was really nicely timed, improvised really by Hill. It was a straighter full delivery than I think he thought it was going to be, and it was there to be put away, but he just had to sort of change the shot a little bit, but played it rather nicely, looked determined to be positive.
I think he's already hit 2 more boundaries straight in this innings than he did at his entire century at Bristol.
Shaw is in, bowls to him on off stump this time, and having played it out into the offside, Hill leaves no room for argument with his message to his teammate. Probably heard it in the effects mic.
Perhaps one blessing to the early wickets falling is that Hill seemed to be struggling a little bit with the heat at some points yesterday, so he's out in perhaps slightly less ferocious heat before midday.
Shaw is in, bowls a bouncer. Hill just ducks underneath it. Yes, he's a Lutterworth boy, not used to blazing heat all the time, despite having been a Leicestershire cricketer throughout the entirety of his professional life.
It was a long day in the field. Even if it wasn't a particularly overly long innings, they weren't in the field for the entire day, but in this heat, an afternoon is more than enough.
Shaw in, bowl, a little bit short and on the legs of Hill, who goes back and calmly turns it out in front of square on the onside. And comfortable single is taken. Goodman had a long way to run to the ball from sort of wide-ish mid-on position. Zafar Gohar came running in from deep-ish, well, deep mid-wicket, and the one comfortably taken. Now they've summoned a member of the ground staff with a small sort of pointed shovel. Goodman not happy with where his foot is landing, which it has been filled in, as ground staff do. It wasn't filled in between innings, I don't think. I think it was done obviously this morning, and Goodman wants that a little bit of the surface loosened, it would appear. Bowlers often do. They don't like the sort of clay, earth substance that ground staff use to sort of fill the holes that are created where their front foot lands. Some don't anyway, and they'd prefer it to be left au naturel, perhaps.
Certainly a lot of pointing going on from umpire and two fielders kind of glowering over this particular operation.
Kind of
you're sort of out in your allotment on the
yeah.
Sunday afternoon type operation here.
What does it have to do with the umpire? I always wonder, really. It's the bowler's prerogative. Assume that Goodman has asked for the soil just to be loosened a little bit, or the binding to be loosened a little bit. A lot of scraping going on.
It gives me time to say that there's already been a result today. Surrey have wrapped up victory over Warwickshire by an innings and 97 runs, with Dan Worrell 5 for 25 to go with his 4 wickets in the first innings.
I saw the highlights actually yesterday, and he did produce some beauties, didn't he?
I mean, he's an incredible bowler. The amount of swing he gets is just ludicrous. Goodman bowls now to Hill, who plays the ball back up the pitch for Goodman to field. And the thing is, when he played for Gloucestershire, he was playing a domestic season in Australia as well, whereas what Surrey have been able to do is have him play just on his UK passport, and he can just tear in for Surrey, mostly plays championship cricket anyway. Goodman is in, bowls, pushed back up the strip. Goodman gets a hand on it, knocks it down, there's no run. And so he's just able to bowl as fast as he can in red ball cricket, which, you know, he can bowl late 80s, but he's bowling late 80s and hooping the ball ridiculously both ways. I think he's a tremendous bowler. Goodman into bowl, and again Hill is playing off the front foot, keeping it out. Ball trickles to mid-off. So Surrey in the box seat, Middlesex taking on Essex, as Essex look to try to keep pace, or they'll lose another point because Essex scored 304 and Surrey managed an extra batting point, getting to the 350 mark. But Essex right on top, having been bowled out for 304. Middlesex 29 for 4, as Hill plays again very straight. Goodman fields, and they haven't even needed the services of Simon Harmer yet, or Umesh Yadav. Porter and Cook have taken all those 4 wickets so far. Who on earth would be a visiting batter at Chelmsford? I think they've got a week off next week, Essex, and then the last 2 games. But I think one of those is at Chelmsford as well, as Goodman bowls outside the off stump this time to Hill, and good judgment. There's no shot offered. 3 for Porter, 1 for Sam Cook. Lancashire continue to build their lead over Northamptonshire as they look only to bat once. Josh Bohannon made 175. George Balderson 107 not out. He does seem to have really taken a big leap forward, does Balderson, who is a former England under-19 international himself. Goodman is in, very full, and it's jammed again, this time out to backward point for Zafar to field. 10 gone, 23 for 2. Leicestershire 145 runs required. So Lancashire 459 for 8. Lead Northamptonshire by 227 runs. Hampshire batting again, building their considerable lead against Somerset, 126 for 2. Lead already by 297 runs after Keith Barker ran through Somerset in their first innings. And I can tell you that Glamorgan are 19 for 1 at New Road, having lost Byram without scoring, trapped LBW by Joe Leach, Colin Ingram and Zain Ul Hassan at the crease. Glamorgan need 241 more runs to win that game, one which certainly will be being kept a close eye on by several around the country.
Change of bowling. Shaw is coming off, slightly surprisingly, but perhaps not. He's bowled 5 overs, taken 2 wickets, and he'll no doubt be back in due course. And Luke Charlesworth, on the back of his 3 wickets in the first innings, is on at the pavilion end, runs in and bowls to Ackerman, who's super carry, but from outside off stump and taken around about head high. Gloves pointing upwards by James Bracey. An energetic, a delivery that fizzed with the energy of youth and vigour. Just slightly misdirected. Ooh, Charlesworth is waiting now because Shaw is showing the ball to umpire. Is it Ashraf at this end now? Yeah. And whether it just needed a little bit of seam snipping off that had come loose, something like that. Certainly the ball wasn't offered to the gauge, and is now thrown to Charlesworth. His very short, fair hair glinting in the sun as he runs away from us and bowls to Ackerman, who looks to force off the back foot. Does so, but doesn't time it or place it as well as he would have liked, and it bounces towards that sort of deep gully stroke backward point. Who is the 12th man? And there's no run.
Oh dear. So let's look at the scores in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy. Western Storm 62 for 5 against the Sunrisers, with my Western Storm hat on. Oh dear.
Charlesworth is in good line and length delivery on off stump. Ackerman leans forward respectfully and blocks it out to mid-off. There's no run. Morning to Springsteen, who met you last Sunday, he said. And he compliments you on your work in that first hour when you were all on your Todd.
Yes, well, your whereabouts were asked for in that first hour, but eventually, thanks to the train network as well, we've all made it.
Charlesworth is in, bowls outside off stump. That one doesn't really have quite the same fizz. Certainly it doesn't rise in the way his first delivery did. Outside off stump, and Ackerman treated it in the same way, let it go through to Bracey.
Interested to get the speed gun on Luke Charlesworth. I'm sure it's not absolute express, but maybe it's just because of the carry he's getting. He does look a bit quicker than Shaw, who's not slow himself.
And he goes and bowls. Ackerman looking to turn his wrists on that one, but it's a little bit too straight and ends up just pushing it back down the pitch towards Charlesworth on the back foot. There's a few grounds, well, a couple of grounds that give you the speed, aren't there, these days? Yeah. In county cricket as well. Including,
I think they do it at Chelmsford. I remember the Lancashire versus Essex game last season when Matt Parkinson bowled a ball at 92 miles an hour.
Ah, okay, so it's a slightly unreliable speed gun. As Charlesworth is in, Ackerman is going to pick up a run there. He's going to have to hurry, but actually was in pretty much control. He dropped it out towards point, but the 12th man had a couple of yards to move to the ball. Got there, got his throw away, but, well, missed the stumps. But Ackerman wasn't really hurrying and had long since slid his bat in. He picks up his second scoring shot in the 16 deliveries he's faced. He moves on to 5, 24 for 2 and keeps the strike.
Josh Shaw wants, I think, to be subbed off. It's just indicated to the dressing room. He wants Jack Taylor to come out and field for him, but for now he's going to have to field down at fine leg, as we are going to see Zaman Akhtar. I think, no we're not. No we're not. Akhtar was there, but he's moved away. It is going to be Goodman to continue into his 6th over. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12 so far. Is bowling to Ackerman on 5. Ackerman plays with an angled bat towards mid-on, off the front foot, and it's fielded by Luke Charlesworth. So perhaps saving Akhtar for a short burst before lunch, with just over half an hour left until that break. And I guess there is still a thought of do you give Zafar 1 or 2 before lunch as well? Goodman bowls, and a good leave from Ackerman as the ball was fairly tight to his off stump, but he must have recognised that the ball was going to continue to shape away from him, so he allows it to go through to the keeper. Still no kind of prodigious movement through the air, but there has been enough to cause the outside edges to be found of the Leicestershire openers. Goodman bowls, Ackerman leans forward and knocks that one up to mid-off. Certainly not got to the stage where Gloucestershire would desperately need a wicket, but I think if Leicestershire are only 2 down at lunch, that would be quite a step towards chasing the target, and be quite close to only needing 3 figures at that point. I think Gloucestershire have got to get 1 more at least for lunch, as Ackerman plays late, more toe end of the bat maybe, as it goes out towards backward point. I think ideally you'd have to say Gloucestershire would really like to get 2 in that half hour before lunch. 4 down. Mulder, you feel it's going to be another key man in that lower order, another person who can just take the game away quickly in a low chase. Need to see the back of him quickly when he gets in, but they've got to get him in first. Goodman in, cut away, and it has been half stopped by Zafar. A terrific effort to get some sort of a hand on that, a one-handed effort at backward point to his left, and he saved 2 runs there as Ackerman collects 2, but that was ticketed for the backward point boundary off Ackerman's bat. Just a bit too short and a bit too wide. Ackerman certainly doesn't need too much invitation to bring out that shot.
A great stop, really. Definitely saved 2 rather than conceded 2.
142 more needed. Suspect Goodman will probably have 6 rather than 7. This is the last ball of his 6th, and it's clipped up to mid-on, but straight to the fielder. And there's no run. So perhaps Josh Shaw was actually signalling that he wanted a sub for somebody else. It's Zafar who's going off for
Get
Jack
his bowling
Taylor.
boots on.
Yeah, well, maybe. Hopefully it's nothing wrong with his fingers after that effort at backward point there. That really would be rather cruel if Gloucestershire were to lose both their overseas players to injuries at backward point. 26 for 2 are Leicestershire, and it remains 142 the target.
Hard going for the Foxes, but the longer these 2 are together, you would assume slightly easier run scoring will become. Luke Charlesworth is in to Leicestershire skipper Lewis. Hill bowls straight, middle and leg. Hill, as is his wont, just sometimes falls slightly across his front pad. Got plenty of bat on it as he looked to turn it into the leg side, went out towards Taylor, who's at, I beg your pardon, Dent, who's at mid-wicket. Where's Taylor gone? Out to the boundary. A deep square. Obviously a deep square. That's square. Charlesworth turns, runs in, bowls very full, jammed back to him by Hill, very straight. He feels in his follow through. Holds the ball in his right hand for a moment, just having sort of swiveled as he fielded it, just to make sure that Ackerman was going nowhere, and tosses it to Shaw to do a spot of polishing.
Mark from Madrid at 7 for 2. It's the hope that kills.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is, very much so.
Charlesworth is in. Lovely delivery. Bounces and leaves Hill, who went for a slightly half-hearted drive, was drawn into the shot and was beaten on the outside edge.
He was on the walk as he played it, I think, as well, but really was drawn in beautifully by Charlesworth. It looked as if that's actually more seam movement, I think, there than swing for one of the first times looking at the replay.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester as Charlesworth is in. Bowls. Hill is going to pick up a run as he turns him off leg stump down to Taylor at deep square and jogs the single. Moves on to 15. Yeah, tense down here at Grace Road. Leicestershire need 168 to win the game. Doesn't sound like very much, but they are making heavy weather of the moment. They lost both openers early. Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger went for 1 and 3. They were both caught behind off Josh Shaw, chasing wide deliveries. The captain is adding a little bit of stability to proceedings. Lewis Hill is 15 not out. Colin Ackerman is with him on 7th. Taking the score onto 27 for 2, but they still need another 141 to win. Ackerman got on top of that one from Charlesworth, steered it behind point, but only as far as the 12th man. Highs of 27 Celsius, says BBC Radio Leicester. Charlesworth turns, runs in and bowls outside off stump. Grunt of effort, shout of effort almost, but misdirected. A foot or so outside off stump and allowed to go through by Ackerman. End of the over, 27 for 2 off 13. Leicestershire limping rather towards their target, but as I was just saying, the longer these two are there, the easier they will hope that run scoring will become. Taylor jogs. In fact, that's Dent jogging back off.
Zaffer's come back on,
but Dent off. So everybody's taking it's just too hot out there. Coming in for an ice cream or something in turn.
Good news for Gloucestershire that Zaffer is back out, though I didn't get the impression that it was due to something wrong with his fingers, but as I say, it's been that kind of season that you just kind of wonder who's next. Now it will be Zaman Akhter to bowl. And he is on a hat-trick.
Well remembered. Well remembered.
Can get one of those ridiculous hat-tricks over a span of some considerable time. The hat-trick ball is bowled now to Hill. Akhter is in, and it's a rising delivery which he plays at and does not get a touch to through to the keeper. Well, it was a lively ball from Akhter. I'm not sure it was necessarily what he was bowling for, but that lifted on Hill outside the off stump, and he very nearly managed to jab at it and get an edge.
He did play at it, didn't he? And oof, can't have been far from that top edge.
I wonder how many of the Gloucestershire fielders remembered. Here's Akhter bowling to Hill, who guides to backward point. Zaffer is there to scoop up. Mind you, they probably all remembered going out there. It's just a question of whether they remembered once the heat of battle is underway, and about almost an hour into the innings. Gloucestershire's over rate, by the way, I should say, is -1. I mean, they will have time to correct that if Leicestershire are getting towards victory. Akhter in, and it's down the leg side, clipped on its way by Hill round the corner. Shaw fields on the boundary, just the single. 28 for 2, 140 needed.
Yeah, and I think we'll get plenty of Zaffer overs, I would imagine. So that will correct the over 8 in itself in as much as it needs correcting.
Yeah, I mean, you would think even if Gloucestershire were to go on to win, that Zaffer would bowl some overs. Actor in, and Ackerman is right behind that one, keeping it out, playing it to Goodman, who's fielding at cover. And there is no run. Not sure where's Miles Hammond disappeared off to. Surely can't. Oh, he's at gully, of course, because of Dent.
Clapping, yeah.
He's resumed gully duties. Was expecting it to be him at cover, and there was a rather different figure. Actor bowls. It's a short ball. It's been swatted away dismissively through mid-wicket by Ackerman. There's a long chase round the boundary for Borman, the 12th man, and he will get there. And it's a throw which has gone into the middle of the pitch, but it is a fair old way out there. And the most important thing was that he got the throw in, so that they didn't fancy a third run. 2 more though. Ackerman on to 9, 30 for 2. Understandable. Actor trying a bouncer, because Gloucestershire did manage to pick up the wicket of Mulder with a bouncer in the first innings. And they've got protection out there. Actor bowls, and oh, the ball has just gone past the stumps off the inside edge. Ackerman had no idea where it had gone and ended up almost leaving his crease there when he didn't need to. At the end of the over, certainly plenty happening already in that over from Actor. He can really steam in here, knowing that there's just over 20 minutes left until lunch. He can have a bit of a breather over lunch and then come back after the break. But I must say, again, because you I don't want to harp on too much about him, you just cannot see the bails, and I thought for a moment that they had been removed, but it went between the stumps and Ackerman's back foot.
I saw that the ECB County Championship feed had tweeted the dismissal that we weren't sure had been bowled, that we thought was he caught behind, and
oh, the one that just trimmed, was it Ollie Price's off stump?
Indeed, yeah, as Charlesworth is in, bowls outside off stump, cut away by Hill. Best shot he's probably played, and that might go all the way. Borman can't get there, just crosses the ropes in front of him. He was accelerating nicely, but Hill, who likes a cut when he's in form, hasn't really looked in form in this game, but that was a good shot by Lewis Hill, and that will send a little surge of confidence through his veins. He moves on to 20, 34 for 2. Yes, and there were a few comments to the effect that yeah, we need zing bails, apparently they're called. As you could hear me floundering away in the background.
If you'd had zing bails for that, there's a chance that because they're much heavier, they might not have come off.
Charlesworth is in. Hill is solidly forward on off stump, and there's no run. Oh, are they? Because
yeah, because they've got to have the battery that powers the light in them, so they're just a little bit heavier than your normal bails, and you do see them not come off in some instances where you'd expect the normal ones to come off. They can be a bit unruly, those zing bails. Sometimes they can start flashing for no apparent reason, and a lot of running around for batteries.
Charlesworth is in on, driven by Hill, but Taylor bounces across to his left from that straight mid-on position to ensure that the ball doesn't run on down the slope to the long gone boundary for 4. But famous last words, Hill has timed the ball better in this over. 34 for 2.
I think what you could say really is, if you had the bright green stumps and then the blue bails, I think that would be a lot easier to see if it needs to be that colour combination for the sponsor.
Charlesworth is in again. He's bowled full, but again it's misdirected. It's onto middle and leg, and Hill has whipped it away to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Between mid-on and mid-wicket, no chance really for either Goodman or Taylor. Although both put in the chase, they showed willing. They were unlikely ever to be able to chase that one down. And a couple of nice boundaries for Hill in the over. Moves on to 24, 38 for 2. Charlesworth leans forward, then upright as he gets into his run. Again it's full, and again it's on driven, and again it's going to be 4. Well, he's just over pitching at the moment, Luke Charlesworth. Whether he's searching for a Yorker, I'm not quite sure, but Hill has taken full advantage. He's taken 3 fours from the first 5 balls of the over. He's moved on to 28, 42 for 2. The Leicestershire crowd react accordingly. Relief as well as congratulation in the applause for Hill. Charlesworth strike back with his last ball. In he goes, bowls to Hill. It's a better length, but again it's onto leg stump, and Hill just turns it out towards mid-wicket, more or less straight to Goodman along the ground. But a disappointed Luke Charlesworth takes his cap from umpire Ashraf and mops his brow. It just has given Leicestershire a chance to get a bit of momentum into their innings. They're 42 for 2 off 15 now, but with 12 off that over.
Really, with every single boundary in a chase like this, you start to feel if you particularly if you're supporting, never mind if you're out in the middle, but just takes away some of that hope, and yet it's only going to take one ball, the right ball, things start to feel back on again. But this pair's starting to become a worry for Gloucestershire. It's Actor to start his second over. He bowls short and has been crunched by Ackerman, absolutely obliterated off into the distance for 4 runs on the pull shot. He had a rehearsal for that shot the previous over and only managed 2. He was not going to miss out on getting a boundary that time. Moves into double figures and he's got 13, 46 for 2, and the boundaries continue to flow. 4 in the last 7 balls now. If you're going to bowl it short, it's got to be really getting up high, and that's what Actor did well in the first innings when he banged it in. Bowled a really good bumper to Kimber, the first ball that he bowled to him, which didn't miss his helmet by much. And then he got Mulder with that bumper caught by Luke Charlesworth at fine leg. Actor bowls to Ackerman, who plays a gorgeous shot, just plays it late, opens the face and glides the ball away down for 4 more runs through wide third man, and that brings up the 50 for Leicestershire. 50 for 2. Ackerman on to 17, and that was a shot of real class.
5 boundaries in 8 balls. All properly hit as well, no edges.
Already from absolutely nowhere, the conundrum's back with Bracey. When do I go to the spinner? Actor bowls wide of off stump, and Ackerman does not offer a shot. He's got, what, 15 minutes left? Could have a couple of overs, but I think it would be harsh to take Charlesworth out of the attack for 1 over, so I think you probably have to give him 1 more, but that would still allow maybe the chance to give Zafar a go for 1 after that, depending on how they get through this. But they've got to break this partnership now, Gloucestershire. Actor is in, and Ackerman drives the ball on a couple of bounces up to mid-off. Fielded there by, I think that's, oh no, it's not, it's Goodman. He fields at mid-off. So at the moment, unfortunately, in terms of, I don't think they've been quite as erratic, Actor and Charlesworth, as they were up front in the first innings, but it has been a little bit more that way than what it ended up with, as Ackerman is going to get 4 more here. There's no fielder down at third man, and again he's just played late, used the pace, and it's been guided through the vacant region. Zafar Gohar is warming up, whether that just to catch the eye of skipper Bracey or whether he's been told to, but Actor has now gone for 15 runs in the 11 balls he's sent down, and that's now, what, 6 boundaries in 11 balls?
Yep.
54 for 2, 114 more needed by Leicestershire. Actor into Ackerman, no shot again there, as he's disciplined enough to know that that ball's a bit too tight to him to really free up his hands in the way that he's done a couple of times in that over. And so back-to-back overs where Leicestershire have creamed 3 boundaries. It's one thing to hit the boundaries, but it's another thing when they're as authoritative as the shots that have been played in the last 2 overs. And the partnership worth 47 at the moment between these two, and it's 47 in very decent time as well.
Off the last 2 overs has made a heck of a difference to the whole feel of the morning. Charlesworth's going to try and change that. He goes running in and bowls to Hill. That's a good line and length on off stump. Hill forward, pushing the ball out into the covers and then holding up his bat to Colin Ackerman.
Glamorgan are 30 for 3 now in the game at New Road. They've lost Ul Hassan for 7 and Ingram for 14. Wickets to Ben Allison, who's on loan, and Logan van Beek.
Charlesworth bowls again off stump line, slightly short of length, didn't really get up, and Hill played it just about off the back foot to exactly the same place into the covers. Again, there was no run.
So they still need 230 to win there, and just as it kind of looked on that things were starting to open up in the Div 2 promotion race, I think Worcestershire are now very much back in the box seat.
Yeah, feels that way. Charlesworth bowls, Hill drives, but doesn't really time it as well as he would have liked. Dent moves across from mid-off to field. It rather bounces off his hands, but bounces across towards mid-on, who picks it up and keeps hold of it to do a spot of polishing. Just 114 are now needed by Leicestershire, 54 for 2. Charlesworth straight-ish run is in, very full and clipped out to mid-wicket for 4 by Hill, who just in the last couple of overs has begun to look like a man in much better form than he looked certainly in the first innings, and for a large part of this innings as well. Just looked to be struggling a little bit, but suddenly it was that cut, wasn't it, that he really got hold of from Charlesworth not so very long ago. And suddenly Hill is finding the middle. He's hit 4 glorious boundaries all off Luke Charlesworth. 58 for 2, Hill on to 32, with Ackerman hitting 3 off. Bowling from the other end, Akhtar, as Charlesworth is in again very full, and jams down on it. Hill from outside off stump with a bat just about 45 degrees. It bounces down out towards backward point, and there's no run. 7 nice boundaries for Leicestershire. Has made a big difference.
There's got to be a feeling if you're Charlesworth that this might be, depending on which end they want Zafar to bowl, this might be his last ball, and then that can make things even, you tense up a little bit knowing that it might be coming to the end of your spell.
In he goes, bowls, Hill steers it into the ground, but doesn't quite time it on that occasion. It bounces nicely out towards backward point for him to make the stop. But yeah, just the one scoring shot, but a boundary off the over. 4 overs, none for 18 for Luke Charlesworth. Ackerman 21, Hill 32. The partnership with that boundary going past a half century is worth 51. 58 for 2 the score, 110 to win, and 10 minutes until lunch, and it will still be Akhtar from the Bennett end, but I'm with you. I think now you look to give the spinner at least 2.
Yeah, they're going
at least
to.
2.
Ollie Price has made the motion to the dressing room for the helmet, so I think it will be next over. And again, I think you've got to give Akhtar an over to correct what happened the previous one. He comes in now and he bowls, and this is sliced away in the air, but there's a fielder down at third man who was quite wide, and it goes on the bounce to dent to his left-hand side. It wasn't too close to him in the end, but it wasn't a controlled shot by Ackerman, a slicing top edge.
It's a windmill cut that he plays sometimes, isn't he? When it must mean when that the bat's coming sort of down as well as, you know, it must be at the wrong angle. Took the top edge.
Fortunately, it took a fine enough top edge. Dent there, maybe also to cut off that run that he's played for a couple of boundaries. 59 for 2 with the single. Hill pushes to backward point and then sets off for a single, and Ackerman does not move a muscle at the non-striker's end, and as batters so often do, the hand just goes up in apology without actually looking at the non-striker to say, my bad.
Well, they wouldn't have crossed, would they?
No. Zaffer could have run the ball to the stumps.
He could
probably
have run in and knocked him off and beaten Ackerman there.
Oh dear. 109 more needed. Actor into bowl, and Hill opens the face, 50 over style. Practice for, what is it now, just 11 days away as he takes a single down to third man, 60 for 2. 108 more required. And again, just even in that shot, the confidence to play that shot with the 2 slips in place, I think they're starting to feel that they're on, well, more than starting to feel, they are feeling that they're on top now, these 2. Actor bowls now to Ackerman. Still got to be careful at times with balls like that, aimed for the top of off, but Ackerman keeps it out and defends out to Hammond. Fields at cover. So 53 runs, the partnership, as our friend with the motorbike is back from yesterday. He's just, you know, carrying out some important tests on the bike for...
Here it goes up Milligan Road.
Shop over there. Yeah, there it goes past the gate. Actor bowls to Ackerman. There's not a great deal of movement there, but Ackerman doesn't fancy having a poke and a prod and a fish at that, so he shoulders arms.
He must be popular with the neighbours, mustn't he? Goodness me.
Great. We hear it for miles around. It's been so far a cheaper over this from Actor with just 2 runs off it. He'd really love to make something happen at the end of it. He can't do so though. Ackerman keeps him out. Locks to mid off. 3 overs for 17 for Actor, and Leicestershire 60 for 2, needing 108 more, and said that Gloucestershire really needed to have Leicestershire, for my money, 3 down at lunch, and even then Leicestershire would still be, I would still say Leicestershire would be favourites, but that was kind of the number. If they could have got them 4 down, then it was really starting to get towards even Stevens, but only 2 down, something pretty special has to happen, and it might be that it is Zafar Gohar that has to make it happen.
Could happen. Could yet be 2 down, 2 more down, 4 down by lunch, because Zafar will have an over, and then presumably Zaman will have 1 more. 5 minutes to go until lunch, and I can't imagine Zafi, as he's been called out there, will take 5 minutes to bowl an over, unless of course he picks up a wicket or 2. He's going to be bowling to Lewis Hill, left arm of course, round to the right hander. He's got a slip, and that's pretty much it really. Mid wicket isn't so far away from being a catcher, but he's not really. Anyway, in he goes, bowls, drops a little bit short, and he'll all the time in the world just to go back and calmly turn it through the vacant square leg area. In pursuit, running back is Actor from sort of on the 45 round the corner. Hill takes 1. Moves on to 34, 61 for 2. Zafar is in. Ackerman goes back. Looked a bit leg-sidey. He turned it on the back foot out towards mid-wicket. There was one or two oohs and ahs implying it had turned. I can smell cooking.
Yes, I thought it smelled a little bit like Chinese takeaway for a moment there, but it seems to have changed now.
A bit sort of, yeah, it's whether it must be coming from behind. In goes Zafar, again a little bit short. Ackerman goes back and turns it to the same place as Hill. Frying fish or something like that. It's very strong, isn't it? And Zafar watches as Zaman again goes in pursuit. Ackerman content with 1, moves on to 23, 62 for 2, the partnership 65. Zafar is in a bit more air, that's a slightly better delivery, and Hill wasn't sure whether to go forward or back and did neither really. Got bat on it, but it was a little bit indecisive and sounded a bit tinny as it came off a thick inside edge and ran more or less directly to Actor at that position on the 45-ish. Behind square on the leg side. Zafar is in, too short again, but Hill has picked out Actor, who has been in the game almost every ball. Ooh, slightly early update for BBC Radio Leicester. Spot of tainted love in our headphones. Soft sell. I think they're in Victoria Park coming up. In goes Zafar, and for defensive from Hill. There's a Radio 2 concert in the park. Not 200 yards from my door at Victoria Park.
Right.
Pretenders, Soft Cell, Simply Red, Kylie. I mean, we're not talking tributes here. We are talking the original artist. End of the over, 62 for 2. 19 overs have been bowled. Hill 34, Ackerman 23. And will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester in just a moment's time. I should be able to hear it all from my balcony, hopefully.
I think you might just about hear it.
I would hope so. Actor is down the slope, bowls to Ackerman, who is forward, thick outside edge, and Zafar runs across from backward point to field, and there is no run. That Leicestershire are going rather better than they were when you were with me last. They've moved on to 62 for 2. Distinctly worried when they were 7 for 2, having lost both openers, with the target still 168. But the captain, Lewis Hill, and Colin Ackerman have added 55 so far for the third wicket. Hill is 34 not out. Ackerman is 23 not out. We're a minute until lunch, and Leicestershire will be much happier at lunch than they might have been. They'll need another 106 after the interval, but still with 8 second innings wickets in hand. Ackerman just drops that one out towards Zafar at backward point, and Ed will see you through the rest of the over.
That's a really nice breeze today, actually. I've got the wind tunnel set up. It's obviously coming from a better direction than yesterday. Here comes Actor and bowls. This is cut away by Ackerman. The fielder from third man will get round to it, but they should be able to take a second run as Goodman has to throw off balance from down there. And it's 2 more to Ackerman. He's on to 25. 64 for 2. So Leicestershire 104 more needed, and in a great position. I think even though of course they wouldn't have wanted to lose the openers as early as that, but if he'd offered them this position at lunch, would have taken it. Actor is in, and it's cut by Ackerman, and that may well go to the boundary. It will do. Goodman will not get there that time, and so it is just 100 needed by Leicestershire, and with 1 ball left before lunch, they may even get it down into double figures, and perhaps lunch not coming at the worst point now for Gloucestershire, in that these two going great guns, 61 run partnership now, and just get the sense that some of the belief has ebbed away in the last couple of overs, so time to regroup for Gloucestershire. Re-energised, charge in again after lunch. Last ball of the session. In goes Actor, bowls, Ackerman cuts again. It's knocked down by Zafar at backward point. That will allow Goodman to trot in and field, but probably doesn't make much difference to the psychology, but I'm sure that it's nice for Leicestershire supporters that, in fact, it wasn't the last ball.
I thought that was the last
ball.
ball.
It said 3.5 on the board, didn't it? But actually, there is one ball left. I think the board has got ahead of things. Looking at my electronic system, there is still one ball left, so apologies for that, but it said 3.5 before that ball. This is the last ball before lunch. 99 needed by Leicestershire. As Actor bowls, again it's short and wide, and Hill cuts the ball down towards the boundary. Goodman tries to pick it up one-handed and tap it back in, but he can't, and it is 4 more runs, and that, I'm afraid, not a good finish at all to the session there for Gloucestershire. They could not afford to continue leaking runs like that, and Leicestershire now just need 95, and they're almost actually halfway there, with Hill 38, Ackerman 30, and really in the last half hour, 45 minutes, they've started to look in total control out there, and Gloucestershire have not bowled with the accuracy that they needed to create pressure.
Well, we will be back with you for what is pretty certain to be the final session of the game, I suspect, at the Uptonsteel County Ground in around about 35 minutes' time. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch in the sunshine, and Ed and I will see you again shortly. Hello again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester for the afternoon session on this, the third and surely final day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and Leicester, bringing you commentary. Ed Seaborn and myself, Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. And I say surely final day and, well, surely final session, in fact, because Leicestershire are about to resume their second innings on 73 for 2. They are chasing 168 to win the game and keep themselves just about in the chase for promotion. They have 8 wickets in hand and they have 2 batsmen going well at the crease. Lewis Hill, the captain, overcame a tricky start to move on to 38. He's faced 57 deliveries. And Colin Ackerman, he's on 30 off 44. Things looked rather different when they were reduced to 7 for 2. Both openers going caught behind, slashing at wide ones. Off Josh Shaw, who's about to resume the bowling for Gloucestershire from the pavilion end. Has to, really. He has been the likeliest of the Gloucestershire seamers, arguably, to take a wicket. And a final burst, 4 or 5 overs, see if he can engineer another breakthrough for the visitors. If not, it's going to be difficult. They did give Zafar Gohar a couple of overs before the break, but there wasn't much obvious turn for the left arm spinner. So going back to Shaw, who's got 2 for 10 from 5 overs. In he goes from the pavilion end and bowls to Ackerman. Good carry. Outside off stump, Ackerman lets it go through to a certain extent. Maybe not a last throw of the dice with 95 in needed head, but
yeah, they had to go
whiff
back
of that,
to Shaw, didn't they? The man who provided the first 2 breakthroughs just went for 10 off 5 overs, and again was probably the most consistent of the seamers in terms of line and length. He's found that spot which has caused problems throughout the match.
In he goes and bowls to Ackerman, nice and straight. Ackerman, very correct. Back foot defensive shot, goes straight back down, arrow straight back down the pitch, and Shaw picks it up in his follow through.
But just in general, it has felt very different today, even when Gloucestershire were out there batting. Yes, they lost the last 2 wickets, but it was just the manner of particularly Actor, how strong he was looking there.
Shaw bowls, Ackerman again on the back foot, not quite as correct arguably, it might just have shaped back into him a fraction, although Shaw is usually looking to swing it away, and it came off a bit of a thick inside part of the bat, bounced down the pitch on the on side. Jack Taylor out there under a wide-brimmed sun hat. So we know that the unfortunate Harry Tector played no further part in the game with possibly a fractured finger. I did hear the words fracture.
Right.
In goes Shaw bowls, and again Ackerman correct on the back foot out into the offside this time. When he was talking last night after his, well, it must have been almost a tortured innings in a way. It was jarring on the broken finger each time he hit the ball. So he's playing no further part in the game, but Taylor and
Borman,
young Mr. Borman, have been out there. Taylor on and off, Borman throughout, and he's out there at extra cover at the moment. Shaw in, bowls, fuller, but Ackerman still content just to lean forward into the defensive shot, doesn't try and drive as yet.
Sort of the next name on the production line as far as Gloucestershire batting is concerned. As I say, before lunch, Borman has played for the Young Lions, but he has also played England under 19 at times, and with Joe Phillips also just 19 years of age. Those two have already shown in that T20 against New Zealand what they're about.
Shaw is in line, good line and length. Ackerman on the back foot on off stump plays it out to Dent, who's at mid off, and Shaw starts proceedings this afternoon with another very good over and another very good maiden. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 10 for him.
So yeah, I think, you know, whilst there's a lot of understandable pessimism following this particular season, it's always nice to see that the county production line seems to keep going, even if it's going to take some time for those players to come through. But Joe Phillips with a really impressive championship debut and T20 debut this season. Might see a bit more of him in the last couple of matches, we'll see. But Bourman, I suspect, probably, who knows? Only going to take a couple of injuries and Bourman might make his debut in the last match of this season, judging by the rate that people seem to be going down. But we'll certainly see a lot of him in future seasons, I'm sure. Zafar Gohar will switch ends, so he'll have his second over, but from the opposite end, and he's bowling to Hill, who turns off the back foot through wide mid on. They get one, and the slide from Josh Shaw keeps it down to just that single. It's 74 for 2, 94 needed. I think this is kind of an indication of where James Bracey feels things are. He just can't continue to let runs flow as much as the potential for Zafar to try to make something happen. And it did seem to be a bit for Colin Ackerman from this end as forward goes. Colin Ackerman himself defends to cover, so maybe just seeing what there is available and hoping at least to try and keep some sort of control of the scoreboard, which they really just lost in that half hour, 45 minutes before lunch. Ackerman is again drawn into defence on the front foot. Zafar skips across to his right to field. So then the decision is Leicestershire's as to whether they want to try and go hard after Zafar. Well, they'll try and do it if he bowls there. Down the leg side, swept on its way by Ackerman, and Jack Taylor around the boundary won't get close to it. And so just a stray in line from Zafar, which cannot be afforded. There was too much of that before the break. And there's an early boundary after it for Ackerman to get his personal tally back running again. 34 to him, 6 boundaries and 90 runs required. Short leg in place and a slip. Zafar is in on the back foot. Ackerman does expose his stumps, but he had time to line the ball up. Didn't time it, but picked out dent at cover. Ollie Price, the man at first slip. Congratulations to Ollie Price. He's been named the PCA's Player of the Month for August. Zafar is in. Again, it's leg side-ish, and it's just tickled round the corner by Ackerman. It should do, I think, although it's just going to be hauled in, actually, in the end by Jack Taylor, who sprawls across the boundary and then is almost knocked over by a medicine ball as well. And it's also, incredibly, a no ball.
Goodness me.
I don't think I've ever seen Zafar bowl a no ball before. It must have been for front foot, I guess. So now they took 3 there, and they've put a fielder, Bourman, who's gone from short leg to short fine. Hill turns to leg, but finds the hands of mid-wicket, and not what Gloucestershire were after by any means. Continuation of the flow of runs. 8 from the over, and it's 83 for 2. In fact, it's
10 off
the over, isn't it, with the 2 for the no ball.
Yeah.
And nearly halfway.
Really, isn't it? Inexcusable. Not much there for him, though. Zafar Gohar. 2 overs, none for 12. Short. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 10. He's put it in. Put it in the first innings and put it in so far in the second. 2 slips, hands on knees as Shaw is in. Bowls a loopy bumper. It was very short and Ackerman sort of instinctively ducked his head, didn't need to do so as it flew high over his head and very much taken on the downward trajectory by Bracey, who is staying down on his haunches for a while. Very bright out there. Again, we have not seen a cloud all day, although the breeze from the, it's actually sort of, judging by the flags, it's from the east really, sort of northeast, but it's still a very warm one. As Shaw is in, outside off stump, goes through straight to Bracey. Ackerman lets it go through.
Yeah, they're kind of in a situation now, Gloucestershire, where they need one of those extraordinary flurries of wickets. They managed to take 3 wickets with the score on 150 in the first innings. It needs to happen a lot sooner than that, of course, but now with Leicestershire basically halfway, only 2 down, it's going to take something like that for them to get back into this.
Shaw bowls slightly short of a good length, so Ackerman stays on the back foot, but it's fairly straight on off stump. He steers it out into the offside where Borman is the fielder. I think that's Borman, yes. Throws it to Dent at mid-off. So just the 2 slips. Messrs. Charlesworth and Hammond, presumably. That's who it's tended to be.
Ollie Price.
Oh, it's Price, I beg his pardon.
I believe.
Yeah, Hammond would have been in the gully. Where is he now? I'll find him in due course. Shaw is in, bowls, good and straight and fullish, and just leaning forward is Ackerman, playing it out to Dent at mid-off.
It's backward point for Hammond.
Okay. The cut strips, those that there are, in what is still a fairly greenish, for the most part, square here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Absolutely shining in the sun. Shaw is in, back foot. Guide from Ackerman, but only as far as Hammond, who's pretty much at point now. Very square of the wicket. They all tucked into their lunch, Gloucestershire. Heaton, the fact that they're in the field notwithstanding. The young men have good appetites. It was good to see them.
Goodness knows there's with the height
Yes.
in the side, there's enough of them to feed.
Yeah, there's a lot of space.
Obviously all muscle, but still.
Shaw is in. Ackerman is solidly forward. Out into the offside to Borman it goes. End of another very good over from Josh Shaw. His second consecutive maiden post lunch. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 10 his figures. He is keeping Ackerman in particular. But Hill as well, of course, very honest. 83 for 2.
I'm wondering, and I should have, if only I'd thought of this at lunch, that could have been what I was doing in the back part of lunch, but you have to go back a little way to find the last time that Leicestershire won both championship meetings against Gloucestershire. Certainly you have to go back a fair few years. Zaffer, Gohar continues, and Hill plays quite late again, but jams the bat down on it, plays it back to the bowler. So I hadn't bothered in my particular notebook here to go much before 2018, but it's certainly pre that. Forward goes Hill to play the ball into the leg side. Goodman gives it a furious, pardon me, Ben Charlesworth gives it a furious shine at mid-wicket. Trying his best, I suppose, for a bit of drift assistance for Zaffer, who's round the wicket and bowling, and Hill tries to clip to leg. He might have just been struck on the pad there, but it was very leg side-ish anyway. Charlesworth hops into field. Try and see if I can look back during the next over. Zaffer has a loopy delivery, which I thought was going to be a full toss, but it just dipped in time to end up slightly yorking Hill's attempted drive, and so Goodman fields at mid-off. Just for a moment that did look looked as if it was going to be a bit of a pie. That's a much better delivery from Zaffer, a little bit quicker, but it still had a bit of nice flight on it. And Hill still looking to try to find a single out into the offside, but Dent is in his customary station at extra cover. Very difficult man to get quick runs to. Zaffer bowls, cut and a miss from Hill. That's a dangerous shot against Zaffer. He can be cut, but not usually off that particular delivery. It has to be really quite short and wide because he's got the ability to skid the ball on with that overspin. 3 overs for 12 for him, so I think that was a maiden, was it not? 83
was
for 2.
much better over than he's at first after the interval. Hill does, I've seen him get out on numerous occasions attempting that cut shot. As he says, he kind of knows it is, but he says it also brings him a lot of runs, as we saw pre-lunch. So I suppose he feels, on the balance of things, it's still worth playing. Short continues to Ackerman. Back foot defensive shot, straight delivery. Out into the offside. Looking to frustrate a little bit. Now Gloucestershire. Bowl straight. And up to this point really, or certainly up to yesterday, the close of play yesterday, it brought results because there was a little bit of nibble in the pitch, but as I say, as we've been saying, a few of the Devils seem to have been baked out of it. In goes Shaw and bowls. Again, slightly short of a good length, so Ackerman goes back and again blocks it out into the offside.
I did just really feel as if you, previous days, if you just bowl to hit the top of off stump, then sooner or later either one might just bounce slightly variably, or you'd get enough movement through the air that you'd get the nick, or it would go through the gate. Hasn't really been the case today.
Shaw bowls outside off stump. Ackerman goes for that windmill cut and misses it. Didn't go get up particularly high. Rehearses the shot without the sort of windmill side of things. So winds himself up. Given what an elegant player he looks most of the time, it's always a slightly jarring note when Ackerman attempts that shot. Shaw is in. Oh, super delivery that beats Ackerman comprehensively. Just bounces and just does enough. Leaves him, I say just does enough, just does a little bit too much, I suppose. And well, it was a super delivery.
It was more like the kind of thing that we were seeing so regularly for the first, couple of days. Just shows, I guess, that again, if you can have that consistency, that there might still be something there.
In goes Shaw, bowl, stays a bit low outside off stump. Ackerman lets it go through. Good Shawsy is the encouraging cry from behind the stumps. It has been good from Shawsy. Post-lunch, he has yet to concede a run, and he's coming to the end of his 3rd over. And he's asked questions with just about every delivery. You can see Goodman doing some stretching, so it may be that the Zafar Gohar experiment doesn't last too long. I'm sure he's certainly earned at least 1 or 2 more overs, you would have thought. Shaw is in, bowled a little bit short, and Ackerman has that bit more time to go onto the back foot and block it out into the offside, where Dent at mid-off feels. So Shaw giving nothing away, literally, from the pavilion end. We've had 5 overs post-lunch. 4 have been maidens, the other one went for 10. Curious mix. So Hill remains, well, is that right? Yes, it is. Hill 39 off 65, Ackerman 37 off 67, 83 for 2, 85 to win.
Well, managed to zip back as far as 2007 in my quest for the last Leicestershire double. Zaffer in and dabbed away. They'll come through for a quick single here, which Borman's shoveled throw to the stumps. If it had hit, would have been a tight one for sure. They I don't know if they just caught him a little bit deep there, but still there was a half chance. 84 for 2. Hill moves to 40. Zaffer to Ackerman. Textbook for defence meets that offering.
Hill did apologise as Ackerman turned, having just completed the run.
So that is halfway then for Leicestershire to their target. Zaffer in, cut by Ackerman and misfielded by Borman. It will cost a single with a sweeper on the offside, who is Luke Charlesworth, able to back up, but ball just kicking off the hands of Borman. Perhaps he was thinking a little bit about their previous run-out attempt. 85 for 2. Zaffer is shining the ball himself now, whether he's just trying to rub off a bit of dirt as well. Zaffer in, and a slapped clip kind of a shot, something like that, through mid-wicket from Hill will bring him potentially 3 runs as it finds a gap between mid-wicket and deep square. It's a slightly odd-looking shot, that. It wasn't just like a sort of a wristy clip, it was played with quite an open face. Yes,
I think
it was quite.
It wouldn't have looked
shot,
entirely out of place in on the village green, would it?
So I think Zaffer will be enamoured of it anyway. Certainly not the fact that he's gone for 3 runs for it. Hill is on to 43. Brings Ackerman back on the strike. This is slapped up to mid-off. Often the drive this time by Ackerman, and mid-off is really too deep, I think, to allow that run there. Ackerman's on to 39. Obviously they don't want to let the runs get away from them in boundaries, but it seems to be doing so in singles anyway if you're going to allow them to get a run there. There's a change of angle of attack. Zaffer's going to bowl over the wicket now with his slow left armers, which means that anything down the leg side will be a wide. He bowls to Hill, and it's an attempted sweep shot that is down the leg side and is a wide. And another run. Well, you might get a top edge, whoever that was out there, but you also might go for some extras. 90 for 2 is the last ball of the over, which should be, and this time it will be, as Hill plops the ball out straight in front of him with the defensive shot. 90 for 2. 26 overs gone, nothing really happening for Zaffer. 4 overs for 19. It feels as if it's going to take an errant shot at this point for Zaffer to take a wicket, and I'm not certain that Gloucestershire can really either bank on that happening or have enough runs to play with to say get Leicestershire playing shots.
Open that door for us, Shawsey.
Yeah, well,
is the shout from the slips.
Because it's just starting to feel like it might turn into a canter.
In he goes and bowls, and Ackerman goes back, turns him off middle and leg, but only as far as Goodman at mid-wicket. Good volume from the Gloucestershire fielders.
I suppose they still have to at least tell themselves that Leicestershire lost their last 8 wickets for 54 runs in the first innings.
Exactly that, and they still need another 78 here to get across the line. Shaw is into Ackerman, defends again on the back foot. Again, good accurate stuff from Shaw on off stump. But the movement isn't quite there. Just the very occasional extra bit of bounce perhaps can be found, but the swing that was so prevalent on days 1 and 2 has been far less so today. I wonder if they've forgotten cricket's going on. Maybe they think it's lunch, but we'll wait and see. BBC Radio, Leicestershire is in, full outside off stump, misses out there. Ackerman, he went for the drive, slightly sort of cross-batted, sort of 45 degree, was reaching for it a bit, got well on top of the bounce, but didn't quite time it and ended up running more or less straight to Hammond at point. 120 for 6 is the optimistic shout.
Is that what it was?
From the slips, yeah, absolutely. 90 for 2 will become 120 for 6. Could happen. Shaw is in, bowl straight, fullish. Ackerman leans forward, blocks it out to Borman in the covers.
I do always like it when that happens. It's sort of, you know, why stop at 120 for 6? You know, why not 95 for 8? I mean, if you're just going to shout out a random score, who decides?
It's usually
numbers,
just add 2, isn't it? They normally just add 2, for a few
I like
runs.
It when it's not something is uncommon, when you hear a random score being shouted out. I'd sort of like to turn around if I were batting and say, what made you come to that particular number?
In goes Shaw, short, pulled out to deep square. Oh, it's gone straight through the fielder. Oh, awful piece of fielding. Just sort of bent down and didn't really get anything too much behind it except his hands. It looked fairly straightforward, and it should have been fairly straightforward. It's Luke Charlesworth's out there, and somehow he let it bounce through or over his hands. I think he just sort of clipped them, and over the ropes it went, and 1 became 4. And the young man hangs his head in shame and looks down at his hands and tries not to catch anybody's eye. Ackerman joins Hill on the score of 43. 94 for 2, 74 more runs needed. Shaw is in. Ackerman gets a delivery outside off something he can cut away, and he cut away for 4. Well, Shaw might have been able to blame Charlesworth in that previous delivery, but he's only himself to blame there. He finally gave Ackerman the bit of wit that he's been waiting for, and this time the windmill cut connected and ran down to wide third man for 4. So consecutive boundaries off Josh Shaw, rather spoil his post-lunch efforts, which had been admirable up to that point. Leicestershire 98 for 2, suddenly just needs 70 to win.
His figures are still superb. 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 18. So from his own personal point of view, it's a very rare bad delivery. It's just, unfortunately, from the Gloucestershire perspective, it just adds to what has gone before. And a couple of blemishes in the field there. Nobody's trying to misfield, obviously, and I don't think that it's necessarily a kind of a pressure thing either, but equally does just add to the feeling that this game might already just have escaped Gloucestershire now. Zaffer will continue, and he may as well, because the over rate is -2. He's bowling, and he does get the top edge on the sweep, does Hill, but it falls short of Jack Taylor, the substitute fielder, out at deep backward square. Another one of those where it never looked as if it was quite going to get to the fielder, but did get the top edge that whoever it was in close had asked for. 99 for 2. Hill 44. Who's going to get to the half century first? Zaffer bowls a flighter delivery, which is nudged to mid-wicket by Ackerman. Full on leg stump again.
He does like a sweep, Ackers, so wouldn't be surprised.
It's quite fine. Ben Charlesworth at short fine is very much a short fine leg. There is the sweep, and it's right to Ben Charlesworth, positioned perfectly, and there's no run. Yes, he's looking for those footmarks.
It's not a bad field in that respect, is it, really?
Yeah, they've got. I mean, yeah. So they've got Charlesworth quite fine. Taylor is very much a backward square, approaching a long leg, quite a long way in off what is a sizable boundary.
He's got to sweep square if he's going to.
Zaffer into bowl, and there is the sweep shot, which it's going to be wided. And Gloucestershire are not happy, but that's the regulations. It's the 100 up for Leicestershire. It can't have missed leg stump by very much.
Didn't,
but
yeah, didn't it?
I
Just
think
came off the pads of Bracey, but
I think this is. Never mind. It's been a thing this season quite a bit, because Zaffer has gone to this tactic to try and access the rough. It's just nudged into the leg side by Ackerman. There's no run there, particularly to the sharp Hammond.
it wasn't far from short leg, that.
No, it wasn't. I think Hammond was then motioning to Zaffer, saying, "Get back to the stumps there." That might have been what he was saying. Or maybe he was saying, it was something to do with like a catch, or whether he was saying maybe I should come in a bit closer. Zaffer bowl sweep shot attempted again by Ackerman, and he's picked out Charlesworth. That short fine position. 100 for 2, 68 runs needed. In goes Zaffer, wheels in past the umpire. Sweep is connected with again by Ackerman. This time he's found more of a gap, but picks out Jack Taylor at deep backward square. 101 for 2. Ackerman moves up to 48. I think where, and this is just an incredibly minor niggle of a side that is no doubt feeling the frustrations of not just this match but the season in general. But in terms of those wides down the leg side, if somebody's got an open stance, it should still be taken into account in the same way as the new interpretation in T20 is taken into account, in that it's not just purely the ball goes down the leg side, it's wided. The wording of the regulation is the strict limited overs interpretation, that interpretation having changed from being anything down the leg side to anything leg side of the batter in their original stance. In so many words, I think was what Gloucestershire were asking the umpire in that over.
Shaw is in to Ackerman on 48, make that 49 as he goes back and turns the leg side delivery down to deep square. And, well, Luke Charlesworth gets a slightly pointed round of applause for coming into field. Good afternoon to Martin Barry. We're looking okay at the moment. Would be happier if Hanscom was still in the side. Reassuring presence. Peter was and became coming in at number 5. But Ackerman and Hill are playing well at the moment. They've put on 95 so far for the third wicket. Shaw is in to Hill, who goes for what? A back foot sort of semi-cut guide that goes nowhere, the shot, because he missed it, but it was a sort of shot that, well, there isn't a third man, so perhaps he was just trying to guide it down through the gully, but it is a risky shot, and it didn't come off then, and he was lucky he didn't pay a heavier price. And good afternoon to David Popple. Hello, David. He says, good afternoon, Richard. I'm holidaying in sunny Fruki. In goes Shaw, bowls. Hill goes back and comes back in a little bit. Might have got forward to that one, managed to keep it out, not much more. Fruki were National Village Cup champs in 1984, I remember, beating a team from Surrey at Lord's. That was the sort of time that I used to play in the National Village Cup.
Yeah. Tommy
in North
Borman
Yorkshire.
played in that final, was it last year, I think, for Dumbleton?
Did he?
Who I think went on to win. I think again against a side from Surrey.
It shows what a good standard that competition is. In goes Shaw, driven pleasantly by Hill out through the covers, and I think that's got the legs to go the distance. It has got the legs to go the distance. Hill goes on to 48 with the best shot he's played in the afternoon session. 106 for 2, just 62 to win. He's off for a walk, David, to nearby Falkland CC this afternoon while listening to Ed and myself. Yeah, Hareham in North Yorkshire were the sort of often in the North Yorkshire representatives in the latter stages of that competition when I was playing. We used to play them from time to time.
That was Hampshire, not sorry, Calmore Sports Club. Tommy Borman scored 71 in the final. Dumbleton won by 86 runs.
In goes Shaw, clipped away by Hill, down to square leg, fullish delivery off his legs. He moves on to 49. Why the 100 partnership? Okay, I was going to say both bats are on 49, but it is the century partnership.
We could have 3 balls with 3. No, we couldn't
Well,
have 3
three landmarks
masters,
off one ball, couldn't we? But, no, we couldn't.
The end of the
both,
over.
but yeah.
What a shame.
Yes.
Unless Shaw bowls a no ball and they get a single, then it's still possible.
Ackerman on strike. Shaw is in to him. He defends a slightly short of length delivery on the off stump, drops it out into the offside. That is the end of Shaw's over, and that might be an end of Shaw. I think 10 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 24. So he's bowled 5 overs after the interval to go with his 5 beforehand, and he's actually got a sweater, and he took his sweater from the umpire. Why you would want a sweater when it is 28, 29 degrees out there? But a lot of he's Yorkshireman.
Well,
well, it's past May, isn't it? But I was going to say
Castnera
clout and all that sort of thing, but yeah.
You know, shorts in every weather kind of thing, but obviously not. It's hotter in Wakefield than giving it credit. Still -2 on the over rate, Gloucestershire, so for that reason, among others, Zaffer continuing, it would be a rather bad look to lose 2 of the 3 points that Gloucestershire look as if they're going to take from this game. Zaffer in and nudged round the corner by Hill, and it is off the bat, and Hill becomes the first half-centurion of the innings. 74 balls his knock has occupied. He had to battle early on, coming out after the early loss of Rishi Patel. It's been Ackerman who's, in general, found things easier going, but Hill has settled into his innings. In fact, he's got there quicker than Ackerman might. This is down the leg side, that'll be wided as well. Ackerman sort of lunging as he tried to clip it round the corner, but it's another run conceded. Yeah. It doesn't help the over rate either, given that Zaffer's basically bowling 7 ball overs at the moment. Swept round the corner by Ackerman, finds the gap that sends the ball to Jack Taylor, and the crowd go up again for this time Colin Ackerman's half-century. 84 balls has occupied both Hill and Ackerman, with 8 fours in their respective knocks. And particularly, I think Ackerman was the one who, his boundaries really started to make you feel that Leicestershire were on top. This has been slightly edged, I think, by Hill down towards short third, but Zaffer's looking disgusted that even that's a single. What can I do here? Even when I bowl a good ball, it goes for 1, with Charlesworth having to move considerably to his left from point. 111 for 2. Zaffer bowls down the leg side, and guess what? Wide it again. 112 for 2. 56 needed.
You understand what they're trying to achieve with the regulation, but it's kind of not for these circumstances, is it, really?
Well, this is the thing. Who's to say that it's purely negative?
Exactly.
I will apologise, because Gloucestershire listeners, well, I've been on this too many times this season, so I'm all out of it really. Zaffer bowls round the wicket to Ackerman, who defends to the left of Zaffer. An off spinner is perfectly entitled to bowl both sides of the wicket, but a slow left armer is forced consistently to have to bowl the same angle as Ackerman blocks it up the pitch. I just don't think it's really great, to be honest. Yeah, as I say, you know what they're trying to stop, because there have been some really quite ugly passages of cricket at times with slow left armers bowling down leg. This is cut by Ackerman past Boorman at backward point, out to Luke Charlesworth on the boundary. And that's 1 more to the total. 113 for 2, and it's 55 more to win. But I don't see why it can't just be up to the umpires to decide what's negative bowling and what's actually an attacking option to try and attack the rough. I think it's sort of like a cop-out, really, to try and make sure that the umpires don't have decisions to make like that, and there isn't that kind of aggro out on the field. And I understand you want as little of that as possible, but I don't see why it should be removed from the game of cricket to be able, as a slow left armer, to bowl that angle.
Well, Ian Warrington on the stream, he says it's a legitimate tactic to bowl just outside leg stump into the rough in these circumstances. Why don't they just say a line 1 to 2 feet outside leg stump and bring in some sort of qualification to the regulation, if you like, that gives the left armer just a certain amount of leeway, bearing in mind the footmarks are sort of one of their weapons, really, potentially.
And especially in English conditions, when pitches do not turn off the straight. You have to target the footmarks.
Shaw's work is done. It is going to be Dom Goodman who's in to Ackerman. He's coming up the slope. Just not the first, could be the first time in the game. I'm not sure for Dom Goodman. He's going to find it an interesting experience. I suspect it is very different from either end of the Uptonsteel County ground. Goodman up the slope, and it's pushed into the onside by Ackerman. Up he comes again and bowls. Ackerman just waits for it, delicate cut. It wasn't really cut, really, just waited for it and guided it down through the vacant gully to the third man boundary. 4-4 it was, as Ed said, a lovely shot.
Yeah, I mean, he's played it a couple of times as Ackerman, but it doesn't lose its skill.
He doesn't wind himself up for that. He doesn't do this sort of windmilling thing. He just waits, and it all looks rather much better, more in control. The windmill cut is great when it connects, but doesn't always. Properly, that is. Goodman is in, bowls full. Punched back towards him, but no follow through from Ackerman, so fairly comfortable stop in his follow through for the tall young seamer.
And I will, Your Honour, just make one more point, final point about this. You just set me off now, like on these green bales. But actually, with all these wides, it ends up being just as ugly a cricket to watch as it is negative bowling.
Bouncer from Goodman and just ducked by Ackerman.
It doesn't improve the aesthetic quality of the cricket whatsoever. Obviously, it's nice for the spectators, home spectators, if you're an away bowler, you can go for the wide, but other than that, not so sure.
Goodman turns, runs in and bowls, and that is the windmill cut, and it goes to the same place. So he did connect with that one. Goodman turns and raises his eyes to the heavens, then his head goes down, slumps rather. There's no third man. So 2 boundaries down there for Ackerman in this over, and suddenly it's less than 50 to win, 47 to win. Ackerman has moved on to 59. Hill has 51. The partnership 114. 7 for 2 suddenly seems a long time ago.
I think we might not be too far off seeing maybe Ollie Price come into the attack and spin from both ends. An admission of where things are to a certain extent.
Is that Charlesworth heading back to the third man boundary? It is, so just the one slip now as Goodman comes in and bowls short to Ackerman, who looks to pull. Doesn't really time it, and he got away with it because it did sit up a little bit just outside off stump, and it ran straight to Shaw at mid-wicket. End of the over, and as Goodman found, it is very different bowling up the slope. Oh, different circumstances, of course it is, but it's much harder work, and he seemed to labour to the crease a little bit, but he's been out there under the hot sun all day. Most of it, well, actually batted for the first part, so it is pretty much all day. And he's probably feeling the effects a little bit. 47 to win for Leicestershire.
And also the belief sapped away, really. Zaffer bowls back of a length and cut by Hill, beautifully stopped by Dent to his left. One-handed effort. He's certainly not going to get any drop in level in the field from Chris Dent, a man who takes his fielding so seriously. Saves probably at least a couple of runs there. Zaffer into Hill, neatly forward and defends, and then flourishes and trots away to the leg side after doing so. Hill, it was almost as if he was actually quite pleased with that particular defensive shot. He sort of motioned as if he was quite happy about his footwork there. This time he goes back and clips out to deep square leg. It's 122 for 2. Zaffer bowling back round the wicket. See whether Ackerman still fancies a sweep. Jack Taylor's more of a deep square now, so he's got some more space, fine, but Zaffer doesn't. Stray leg side, and Ackerman is playing the ball out into the offside. At New Road, Glamorgan are 85 for 5, needing 175 more to win. Sam Northeast, the latest man out for 30. Zaffer bowls to Ackerman, who works that one straight to Hammond at short mid-wicket. So Billy Root, Chris Cook still there. They've got Van der Huchten, they've got Ben Kellaway is on his first-class debut. Really exciting player to watch. Ben Kellaway was terrific in the One-Day Cup. Forward goes Ackerman in defence. Zaffer fields, that completes another over. 122 for 2 here, with 46 more needed by Leicestershire, but Worcestershire look as though they're going to actually not just maintain pace with Leicestershire, but gain one extra point, as Worcestershire managed a solitary batting point themselves, so the gap would be 25 points. Leicestershire have a game in hand, but 25 rather than 24 is significant.
Potentially. I still feel that they'll look back on the game at Worcester, which they really should have won. Absolutely had it won, really, and messed it up. Goodman is in, turned off his legs by Hill towards square leg, just in front of square. Mid-wicket has to move to his right field. Hill correctly calls Ackerman through for the single. Hill's half-century is his 5th of the season, to go with 2 centuries. Really, although we've talked a lot about Patel in this match, who's closing in on 1,000 runs, 960 odd now for the championship season, as Goodman is in to Ackerman, who is forward on off stump, defending out into the offside, and there is no run. Hill and Ackerman have both had pretty good seasons as well. Hill is now approaching 780 runs for the season. He's averaging around about 44, 45 now, as Goodman is in short, pulled in the air, but wide of mid-wicket. Didn't get on top of that one at all, Ackerman. You heard the shouts of catch. Charlesworth ran around the boundary from square-ish to mid-wicket to field. Ackerman slightly fortunate to pick up a couple there. But he too has had a pretty good season. He's approaching 800 runs as well in the county championship. And like Hill, has 2 centuries and 5 half-centuries. So these two accompanying each other in this innings, and roughly similar figures for the season as a whole. Goodman is in. Ackerman tentative, waiting in the crease for that one, unlike him really. Neither forward nor back, and a bit of a thick inside edge, and Pad sees the ball trickle out rather, as you feel that Goodman just beginning to coming to terms with the different sort of run up the slight slope, as opposed to down it. Turns, into his stride and bowls. Good bouncer, and just leans away from that one, Ackerman. having pulled the previous bouncer, decides discretion very much the better part of valour on that occasion. Partnership 118 now, just 43 to win.
The full one was almost as if he was expecting it to just be absolutely concerted short ball strategy from that point, and actually now they've sent another man out to deep mid-wicket, so maybe telegraphing.
And it is a little bit short, not short enough arguably, and Ackerman able to get right on top of it and pull it, but with those two men, one of them was going to cut it off. It was Charlesworth who got there first. Ackerman takes one, keeps the strike, moves on to 62, 42 to win.
So telegraphing, perhaps you should come up with a better, more
Up
modern
to date
term for, yeah, sort of, I don't know, WhatsApping or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something more instant. That was the last word in instant communication for a while, wasn't it? Telegraphing. Only took a couple of hours or whatever. Well, I mean, from point to point it was instant, but then it would be printed out and delivered, wouldn't it, often? So
we have a bowling change and also a drink coming out for the Leicestershire pair. It looks as though Luke Charlesworth is going to have, I think, his first go actually from the opposite end to the one that he has bowled in the match so far. 3 for 54 in the first innings, and probably one of the moments of the season actually, certainly in the championship for Gloucestershire, seeing Charlesworth get his first wicket, and the fact that it was his brother who caught it at first slip. Nice moment for the family and the club, although some would argue it's one and the same. Family-oriented club, Gloucestershire.
Brothers abound.
Exactly. quite literally, really. So Charlesworth is off in pursuit of something that he's lost. The bowler's marker seems to have got discarded off towards straight mid-on. He's got two in the cordon, nobody down on the third man boundary. 42 needed to win. Charlesworth in bowls. Oh, his bowls a full toss, and Ackerman didn't quite know what to do with that. I think for a moment he thought it was going to be a beamer, but it wasn't quite as... It was a really full delivery, but it wasn't quite the absolute horrendous no ball type full toss, which Ackerman might have thought it was. Just never really expecting the ball there, particularly in the championship, so he couldn't really do very much with it. Played it to mid-wicket. Luke Charlesworth to the crease now, he bowls, it's full. Ackerman on the drive, it bounds up to mid-off, but straight to the fielder. I thought for a moment, just a moment, as Chris Dent was walking towards the umpire, that we were going to get a bit more of Dent's now brand of left arm medium pace, which he's purveying this season rather than the slow left arm of previous years. There might still be time. Charlesworth is in, delivers. Ackerman tries to clip through the leg side, but Goodman is across and manages to cut it off. There's no run. Can we get through one more delivery before the update? I don't think so.
They're closing in on victory. Will be their third of the season if they do get over the line, and they're being led by their skipper, Lewis Hill. 7 for 2 they were at one stage, chasing 168 to win, but Hill, who has reached his half century, his fifth half century of the season to go with 2 centuries, has reached his 53 off 79 balls. Colin Ackerman is with him. He too has gone past his half century. He's on 62 now, and it's his fifth half century of the season as well. Together they're steering the Foxes towards a win that will keep them firmly in the promotion hunt. They're 126 for 2.
Charlesworth in and bowls, and Ackerman has tried to drive, and from this angle it actually looked as if it had gone behind him, but it didn't. It went out in front of him. I've no idea how, because I'm sure that was an inside edge from Ackerman, but it somehow trickled out into the leg side in front of square.
Well, he looked back as well as down, didn't he? Which is sort of emphasised your point, really. It looked like it got past him, got through him.
I mean, I don't know, it's just an illusion of where we are. It really looked as if it had gone back towards the stumps, but not to be. Charlesworth looking for his first breakthrough this innings, as there's a full ball which is prodded to mid-off, and that is the end of Charlesworth's comeback over, and that rather filthy full toss aside, it was a decent comeback over. 5 overs for 18 his figures, 126 for 2. Durham continue to race towards a victory against Sussex, which you would think fairly eliminates Sussex from the promotion chase, although I think they've got 3 rounds left, but even 3 wins I think would start to be a stretch for Sussex. Sussex 55 for 3 in their second innings, trailing by 184 after Durham called it quits on 505 for 9. Quite looking forward to seeing what they can achieve in the First Division next year with this brand of cricket and the runs that they churn out.
Plus with Ackerman and Callum Parkinson.
Yes, as if they needed them.
Interesting, as you say. Dom Goodman from the pavilion end is into Lewis Hill. Short. Hill goes for the pull, gets a bottom edge, goes over the stumps, a long way over the stumps, and bounces once before going into the gloves of James Bracey. Curious little episode, and Goodman is sort of walking backwards, whether he's having a little chunter at Hill or whether he wants to see it. I don't think so. I think he just wants a change in the field. He's sort of talking to Bracey as he does so, and he's decided to bring Hammond across from point 2. He's still moving, so I'm waiting to see where he ends up. Sort of on the 45, backward of square on the leg side. Goodman is in, another bouncer. He'll just ducks it down the leg side. It goes, taken by Bracey, and there's no run. It means there's a big hole in the covers between the man at backward point, who's Borman, and Chris Dent, who's sort of trying to cover both extra cover and mid-off, but the suggestion from Goodman is he's not going to get many balls to drive through there. Questions being asked whether Ben Cox would be available for the 50 over final. In goes Goodman. Bowls short. Hill pulls. Where's it gone?
Mid-on.
Mid-on, yes. I was looking over to deep square along with everybody else, and it sort of not Q-ended, I don't think. Might have been Q-end. Somehow got it out to mid-on.
I thought it was looping straight to mid-wicket for a moment there, but again the angle just defeated me. Ended up a bit straighter than that, and now there's discussions about where that leg side field should be, but wherever they put them it just doesn't seem quite to be falling.
Hill is going to take the short ball on, it would appear, he's decided, so Goodman is going to give him the opportunity. He has decided. Man has gone back behind square, bowls that bouncer down the leg side, but it is well wide. It's a no ball, says the umpire on,
way over his head, yeah.
Height. Yeah. So Leicestershire will get the runs. They don't mind how they come. Moves on to 128 for 2, just 40 to win now. Might take a while to get there. I'm going to get a barrage of bouncers. Might get there quite quickly. In goes Goodman. Bowls cut by Hill, but good work by Borman. It's tumbling away to his left, got 2 hands to it, stopped the ball, did enough to make Hill, as you heard, call wait to Ackerman. There would have been a single had they both gone, but he had to wait to see if Borman sort of stopped it at all, and he did enough. In goes Goodman and bowls wide outside off stump, short but wide, and it swung away a little bit, and Hill had nothing to do with it. The answer regarding Cox is I'm not sure at the moment. I didn't think he was, because I thought he'd played for Worcester in the one-day cup. Jason in Porpoise Spit, which I strongly suspect. That was the name of the town in the film about the wedding? Do you remember?
No, I don't.
Round the wicket goes Goodman, and it's just tickled off his hip by Hill. Good work down there at long leg, well, at fine leg by the time he got there. By, is it Shaw down there? And
It is, yeah, I think so.
got his throw away as well, the Yorkshireman, but Hill turned for a second. But I don't think Cox is available, simply because he's played for Worcestershire in the competition. I'm sure he's played a good few games for Worcestershire in the competition.
Yeah, he definitely has. I don't know whether things change because of the fact that Hanscom is gone, whether that would allow Leicestershire to potentially, because of the fact that they've lost a wicket-keeper, in some ways then select who they like if somebody were available. So I'm not sure, but my guess might be that he might be able to play on that basis. Here comes Luke Charlesworth bowls. It's jammed past the lunge of the bowler, but will be fielded by Short mid-on, and then hurls the ball towards the stumps. I think somewhat just in frustration, as the total stays on 130 for 2, and Luke Charlesworth continues to bowl incredibly full. I was thinking that there's not much movement out there, and he's trying to sneak the ball underneath the bat. He bowls now to Ackerman. It's full and down the leg side. Ackerman tries to flamingo the ball away through the leg side, but misses it, and it scuttles on through to James Bracey, just leaning forward on his haunches after that one. It's been another game in which Bracey's been forced to keep captain, try and do what he can to reverse his red ball fortunes with the bat this season. Another tricky game for him. Charlesworth in, bowls, good delivery, but Ackerman treats it as such and sends it right back to the bowler. So in terms of Gloucestershire next, mentioning that Derbyshire game, it looks as though it's going to be a match between two sides who have not won in the Championship. Yorkshire are all over Derbyshire at Scarborough. They lead by 464 runs. Still 3 wickets in hand, and Thompson and Revis going pretty well. Charlesworth bowls with another scream of effort as he hurls another one down, only to see Ackerman prod it away into the ground, and stops in his follow through. No centurions actually in Yorkshire's second innings of 414 for 7, but apart from Dom Bess, everybody's got double figures. And there is still the chance, although it won't happen this round, that Yorkshire finish ahead of the likes of Gloucestershire and Derbyshire, despite the points deduction. Getting the likes of Code and Fisher back are enormous for Yorkshire, as Charlesworth bowls again, and Ackerman will poke this one out into the offside, but Zaffer is able to field. When I say poke, I mean the ball's still come off his bat at a decent pace, don't get me wrong, he's timed it well. Picks out cover. And as far as the title chase goes, Essex just encountering a little bit of a roadblock in the form of Ryan Higgins and Luke Holman at Chelmsford. Charlesworth is in to bowl, and Ackerman has to cover that full ball up. Another tidy over there from Luke Charlesworth. The score stays on 130 for 2 as Charlesworth completes his 6th over, and that was his second maiden of the innings. Middlesex 137 for 6 in reply to Essex's 304. You bring in Umesh Yadav, you have Simon Harmer, and Jamie Porter takes 5 for 33.
Yes.
The sort of almost forgotten, not quite forgotten man of Essex's attack, but for a few years it was Porter who all the noise was about as the potential
coming man.
Broad Anderson replacement, yeah, and then attention has very much switched to Sam Cook, but Porter has had a fine season, but it looks as though all Essex can do is try to keep pace with Surrey at the top of the table.
Right, we're having a little bit of a delay as the umpire, is he carrying the ball, is heading towards the boundary. Quite why Naeem Ashraf is heading towards the boundary, we're going to find out shortly. It doesn't look particularly purposeful. Let's see where he's going. Yep, he's gone to the box of replacement balls, so might be a little bit too late for the Gloucestershire cause, but 36 overs is about right. In three of the innings we've had a ball change at about this time, and at 36 overs we are having a ball change. Sam Evans, Leicestershire's 12th man, comes running on with drinks and a towel and a little bit of refreshment for Lewis Hill and for Colin Ackerman, who quaff deeply of the drinks that he's brought out for them. There's the Gloucestershire 12th man, who you would have thought might be doing the same. Interestingly,
I'm not sure if are there any left with Jack Taylor and Tommy Borman both
yeah,
on the field.
I was going to say, well, there's a few sort of backup staff who could do
it would have to be
the
one
job,
of them, yeah.
but none has appeared. So James Bracey is actually lying on his back in the sun, just stretching his back, actually, just doing a few sort of gentle twists. Umpire has chosen a new ball. Interestingly, umpire Ashraf, as he swapped the ball, wrote on the other one, the old one,
yes.
So he wrote the age on it, presumably.
It's yeah. I mean, I know they have to do that because the balls get, I think, an approximate age written on them. But I wasn't aware that that would be the case for a ball which had to be changed, because you'd have thought if it were out of shape, then.
I wonder if they're sent to the manufacturers or something.
Yeah,
and say, look,
potentially.
Look, it's 36 overs old. It is now the condition. So the new old ball has been selected. It is now in the hands of Dom Goodman. Leicestershire's batters are suitably refreshed, and with 38 needed, we are ready to go. Goodman, will he continue with the short ball attack? In he comes and bowls full on off stump, a perfectly respectable line and length delivery that Hill plays firmly back down the pitch to him. Bracey then immediately engages Goodman in conversation, pointing alongside him. We had just the one slip, Price. We now have two. Charlesworth has come in from the sort of square, deepish square catching position. So presumably we'll get fewer of the short balls, although mid-wicket has gone in. We get a short ball, of course, and Hill got in position to hook it, but pulled out very early. Stepped inside and just swiveled, went over his right shoulder.
It's getting exciting again at New Road.
Oh, is it? I thought Worcester were sort of...
Well, Billy Root has scored 53 off a runner ball, and Glamorgan are approaching halfway to the target. 125 for 5, 135 needed.
Goodman is in. Hill leaves outside off stump.
And there is still plenty of batting left. As I say, you've got Root and Cook at the crease at the moment, and Van der Hugten, who's had a marvellous season, and Ben Kellaway, who batted down at number 9 in the first innings, and it was out for a duck on his first class debut, but he is a really fine looking young player, can bowl as well.
In goes Goodman, played out into the offside this time by Hill. Goodman's hands are up on his head. He thought he'd sort of deceived Hill to a certain extent there. He was stopped at extra cover on the pitch that I think is going to be used for the England Women's One Day International by Borman. No run. And goes Goodman, and that is pulled round the corner. It's going to bounce well short of Zafar, I think, who's out there now in the shadow of the floodlights. Not quite yet In the shadow of the trees, sun's still high, so just a single.
That's the T20 series decider at Derby tomorrow between England's women and Sri Lanka, after Sri Lanka secured that famous victory over England in the T20 at Chelmsford. England taking on
Batters
New
looked good, didn't
Zealand's
they?
men.
Well?
Yes, they did.
Really
Bat
good.
and ball, yeah. It was a comprehensive drubbing. England's men taking on New Zealand this evening at Trent Bridge in the next match in their T20 International Series.
Goodman to finish his over into Ackerman onto leg stump, just dropped it out towards mid on. Taylor has to run on to the ball, does so, picks up and shies at the non-striker's end, misses with his throw. Ackerman had made his ground and politely picks up something that Taylor had dropped en route and hands it to Jack Taylor. No idea what it might have been. Some sort of bandage on his hand or cover for a finger or something.
Was it? Sorry, I was looking down. I'm afraid if it was Jack Taylor, he's had bandaging on his finger consistently throughout the One Day Cup.
So just a sort of something came off one of his fingers. Hopefully nothing too painful. And Ackerman handed it back to him.
There was a time last season when Chris Dent had something on his finger, and it genuinely looked as if his finger had flown off a couple of times. Luke Charlesworth is bowling very full, whipped off his pads by Ackerman towards long leg. They'll think about two here because Jack Taylor's got plenty of work to do, and they will do more than think about two. They will get it fairly comfortably. 34 runs needed to win. Ackerman has 65. I should be able to listen to that England-New Zealand game on the way back down. Will brighten up the journey potentially.
May get away before the worst of the traffic. What are we doing? 2:20. Another half hour plus interviews, another hour maybe.
Here's Charlesworth bowling now, and Ackerman is forward and guiding the ball out to cover, and there's no run there. And of course, it's well, it's not a decider, but if New Zealand were to win that game, then I believe it's a four-match series, isn't it? So series would be level. Yeah, first ODI is at Cardiff on Friday, and they were, when I was there last for the 50 over game, they were busy plastering Ben Stokes all over the marketing. Come and see Ben Stokes, he's in the squad. This is cut by Ackerman, short-ish and wide-ish, doesn't need to be too much of either for Ackerman to cut it away, and he picks a gap in front of square just about on the offside, and it crashes into the well, it actually doesn't crash into the boundary board. It looks as if it's gone in that tiny gap between the advertising boards out there, right through the gate. 138 for 2. Ackerman has 69 and has just accelerated away from Hill in terms of the scoreboard, but Hill is actually still striking marginally quicker, just over 60 runs per 100, and Ackerman slightly under it, but it is Ackerman who looks as if he is the one who is more trying to just get this done now, and he'll add more runs to his total as he flicks this one away. He's got it between the two fielders out on the leg side boundary. Borman gets across. Only the length of the boundary there meant that that was only a couple rather than another 4. 71 to Ackerman, 140 for 2. The over rate is at -1, so they've improved it by 1. So, but you would have thought, given that it's seam bowling at the moment, that shouldn't be an issue, or they'll have a word and Gloucestershire might try and rattle through a couple of overs of spin a bit later on. Charlesworth bowls to Ackerman, who tucks it to short mid-wicket. Goodman comes down from his considerable height to pick the ball up.
You mentioned Ollie Price. I think he's just been rolling his shoulders a little bit.
Well, he might be having it. Well, he's in a good position to have a word with James Bracey. We haven't seen anything of Ben Charlesworth in this one with the ball, but given he's had these injury issues and he hasn't necessarily been needed with the four seamers doing the bulk of the work. Luke Charlesworth into bowl, and Ackerman plays the ball calmly to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. 28 needed to win, 140 for 2. And he's somebody, actually, I think if he were fully fit, Ben Charlesworth might have quite enjoyed a bit of a bowl on this, because he does get some outswing and can be quite useful in terms of that extra option to help balance a side, but I don't know whether he would actually be fit to bowl at the moment.
It is to be, Mr. Price. From the pavilion end, as you may have just heard the PA announce, Friends of Grace Road, I can see, doing business with their splendid cakes, which we enjoyed yesterday. They don't operate on the last day of games, because sometimes, obviously, we don't go to the fourth day, I should say, of games. So they're not left with loads and loads of cakes, essentially, just in case it just has for the morning. But
what a desperate problem that would be, to have too much cake.
Well, you probably can at some stage have too much cake. I can't face another piece of coffee and water or whatever. So Price, with a slip and a short-ish, straight-ish mid-wicket, jogs in and bowls to Hill, who goes back, cuts off the stumps, but does so successfully down towards wide third man, stroke deep backward point. Borman runs round to field, but always going to be 2 in those circumstances, and indeed there was. Hill moves on to 58-26 to win, 142 for 2. Price steps in and bowls a rank long hop. Hill goes back, tries to turn it into the leg side. It doesn't really get up and thumps into his pad, so he will feel Hill. He missed out, and he did on that one. Price is in better length, but again, direction is leg stumpish, so Hill can go back, and this time successfully turn the ball out to deep square and jog 1. Moves on to 59, 143 for 2, 25 to win. Price, long-sleeved shirt, collar up is in, gives it some air, and that's a nicer delivery. No turn for him, but Ackerman has to treat the delivery with respect. Forward he goes, pushes the ball back up to Ollie Price, who tosses the ball in his left hand, or grasping it in his right, spinning it a couple of times, goes in and bowls. Bit flatter, bit quicker. Again, no turn though, and Ackerman forward, pushing it out to Dent in the covers. Breeze still there, just taking the edge off the temperatures, thankfully. In goes Price, bowls, leg stump, and so Ackerman can go back, work it out towards mid-wicket. Tumbling stop out there by Zafar Goha. Picks up, throws Ackerman and Hill. Didn't need to risk a second and didn't bother doing so. Ackerman on to 72. Keeps the strike, 144 for 2, 24 to win for the Foxes. And I think Gloucestershire know that the game is done, I suspect.
Yep, and it will be 5 championship losses from their last 7 games, and whatever mitigating circumstances there might be, that's still not something which anybody would want or would necessarily really have expected. Charlesworth bowls to Ackerman. It's dug out and played up to mid-on by Ackerman, and there's no run. Yeah, it's been a really tricky couple of seasons for Gloucestershire in the Championship, with no wins this season and the 2 wins last season coming after they were already condemned to relegation from Division 1. Not to take away from the quality of those wins, because they were really good wins, but the fact does still remain. Charlesworth into Ackerman, who on drives, a lovely looking shot, but it will not beat Taylor, who's quite deep at mid-on. There's no run.
Dent's warming up now.
Aha, I did wonder whether we might get a bit of a go from Dent. So as far as I can see, I don't think, when there's been 2 fixtures between the 2 counties, I don't think Leicestershire have ever won both in the Championship. Forward goes Ackerman, plays the ball towards point. They probably could have done in 2021 when they were right on top in that game, were aggressive in their pursuit of a declaration that would leave Gloucestershire in with a chance of chasing it down, just enough of a chance, and with a bowler down as well, because Dieter Klein got injured that year at Bristol.
And in the year we were at on the square leg boundary.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Ian Cobain scored the century in Gloucestershire's chase, as Ackerman will push this one into the covers, but won't get a run. So in some ways you could say, well, they had the better of the cricket, certainly, for basically all of that game until the final day, and then a dominant performance here with Callum Parkinson and Colin Ackerman spinning Leicestershire to victory over Gloucestershire in that game. But as far as I can see, you go back to 1999, back when counties played each other once, I think it's the case that Leicestershire haven't won both meetings. This is just sliced a little by Ackerman, a vertical bat, sort of, slice back across the ball towards backward point.
How far back did you go?
Well, I've gone to 1999 when the Championship was back to 1 division, and it was 1 game against everybody else.
Yes, you forget it doesn't actually go that far back, playing home and away, does it really? Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. As Charlesworth bowls and Ackerman steers him to 3rd man for 4. Yeah, it really is baking down here. There's a nice breeze though today that's just taking the edge off the temperatures, and the Leicestershire fans are loving it because they have almost won the game. They just need 20 more to win. 7 for 2. There was a few nervous people around the ground chasing just 168 to win, but the captain, Lewis Hill, has got his 5th half-century of the season to go with 2 centuries. He's 59 not out. Colin Ackerman, likewise, his 5th half-century to go with 2 centuries this season. He's 76 not out. They've put on 141 so far for the 3rd wicket, and within the next 10-15 minutes or so they should have completed a 3rd victory of the season for the Foxes, and one that will keep them firmly in the promotion hunt. Ollie Price goes in, bowls onto the leg stump of Hill, turns it to mid-wicket, but well, I don't need to tell you that there wasn't a run, because you will have heard Lewis Hill telling the world that there's no run to be had there. Price is in and bowls his quicker delivery. Hill goes back, it's a little bit short and he can cut it away out towards extra cover. Great puff of dust as Chris Dent, sliding after the ball, slides across the practice wicket, on the crease of the practice wicket as well. That will do his whites no good at all. They're pretty grubby already, actually. Hill had to settle for 1, moves on to 60. Price into Ackerman, who's down the wicket and hitting it high and straight for
a
6.
Massive 6.
Massive 6. Waiting to see how far that had gone, actually. Went onto the roof of the stand alongside, well, the old what used to be the boardroom. Probably is in there still somewhere, but it has been changed. The slight reconfiguration of parts of the pavilion to make the dressing rooms bigger.
He can still get to his 100 as well. 3 6s,
13
and he can
to
still
win.
Get there, because it'll be 1 to win when he hits his first 2, and then he can hit a 6 to get there.
Price is in. Ackerman goes back, cuts him for 4, so he can't now. So it's coming quickly. 155 for 2. No, 159 for 2. Ackerman on to 86. 9 to win. Ackerman well past 800 runs for the season now.
He didn't do the maths. You had to go for another 6 there, Colin. What's the use of a 4?
I think that's Mrs. Mulder who's come up to watch the final game, the final part of the game alongside us up here on the Morris Burrows terrace on top of the pavilion. Price is in. Ackerman is, well, cross-batted, driving it out through the covers. Should pick up 2 as Dent loses his cap in pursuit of the ball. He does pick up 2. Ackerman onto 88, 161 for 2. It just looks like he's had enough now. Ackerman wants to get this done. He looked determined to leave this side in the best possible position. Ackerman, 7 years he's been at Grace Road. Won't feel the same without him. In goes Price. Tosses it up. Ackerman just forward, respectable delivery. Pushes it back down the wicket to Ollie Price. Expensive over, nonetheless. 2 overs, none for 17 for Price. 7 to win. Ackerman has 88. He could do it still, couldn't he? Because one 6 and then one more 6.
You're right, he could now, yes.
And then go to the win with a 6. So theoretically, it can be done, but I don't think that will be in his mind.
He's going to have Zafar to line up. So
but Hill on strike.
Has he not kept the strike?
No.
No, he hasn't.
Just pushed that ball back to him with the last ball.
Of course he hasn't. I was looking at the board, which hadn't ticked over yet. I should have just looked out in the middle. Anyway, I think you may as well take it from here, Richard.
Appreciate that, thank you. So, in goes Zafar. Bowles tosses it up. Hill just bunts it back past him out towards the deep-ish mid-on. Back on his toes a little bit there, or back on his heels, I should say. Goodman a little bit there, so single is taken by Hill. Well, he still could do it, really, because 6 would bring less. No, it wouldn't, because 5 brings Leicestershire level. Oh, yes. 6 to win. So Zafar is in to Ackerman, who just goes back and nurdles it behind square on the offside. Taylor comes running into field, and Ackerman content with a single. So that particular landmark, the century that Ackerman might have reached, he's not going to reach now. 5 to win. Zafar is in. Hill goes back, just chops it out into the offside. Man on the point boundary comes running into field. Charlesworth, Luke, that is, and 1 is taken. Hill on to 62, 4 to win. Ackerman on 89. Zafar steps in and bowls. Ackerman pushes firmly out towards mid-off. Oh, it's gone straight through mid-off, and it's going to go to the boundary for 4, and Leicestershire have won. Well, what an extraordinary way to win. A truly awful piece of fielding by Ben Charlesworth, just to back up Luke's earlier in the day on the boundary. He just came running into a ball that was just bunted back towards him. It bounced through his hands at mid-off, and it goes to the boundary for 4. But Leicestershire have won. They have beaten Gloucestershire by 8 wickets. In the end, it was comfortable. It wasn't for a long time, for 3 innings and a little bit. It looked as though it was going to go to the wire. But the Foxes, with this win, well, they pick up 19 points. We await the result from New Road with considerable interest between Worcestershire and Glamorgan. Momentarily, I think that takes Leicester into second.
Yes, however, unfortunately, Glamorgan have now lost 2 more wickets. Cook for 12 and Kellaway has bagged a pair on his first-class debut, so 143 for 7. Glamorgan still have, well, they've got James Harris out there at the moment with Billy Root and Van der Guchten still to come, but 117 feels a long way away. It
does. Looks like Worcestershire are going to get across the line there, but Leicestershire keep up the pressure on them, and what has been a wonderful second half of the season continues for the Foxes. Ackerman and Hill receive the applause. Hill applauds Ackerman as he leaves. 93 not out for Ackerman, who has scored in the game 126 runs for 1 out. A good effort on a tricky pitch. Hill follows him, 62 not out. The Gloucestershire side, callow Gloucestershire side, relatively speaking, badly hit by injuries, follow. Good experiences has been for them or and the umpires follow. But well, Leicestershire, the season continues in style.
Yeah, and it's another trip to Grace Road for Gloucestershire that ends in misery, and in the end actually ended up being as you say, a really easy win with a 161 run partnership there. But in some ways, with these chases, you kind of feel as though if you were able to get another one or two early, then it perhaps isn't quite as easy as it's looked in the end, with heads going down, belief going away, and so often you see a side end up just running away with a victory. But of course, again, there are some positives from the game, mostly with the bounce back of the young bowling attack, inexperienced bowling attack in that first innings, when they managed to take Leicestershire's last 8 wickets for 54 runs. Actor with bat and ball yesterday with a tremendous effort. 41 not out with the bat, 4 wickets. Luke Charlesworth with 3 wickets on debut as well. But as far as the batting is concerned, though, I think for my money that's the big disappointment from this game. Gloucestershire had a fairly full strength batting lineup here. It was hampered, you could say, yes, in the second innings by Harry Tector's injury, which, as we later found out, was the reason for him looking so uncomfortable in the crease in that second innings.